Chapter 23. Alright, our noble future knights have arrived. Good luck to all of you. Jeff suddenly called out as Han Shoa and Jared were speaking. As Jeff's voice fell, a dozen or so knight students in gorgeous clothing and exquisite swords walked in one after another from the entrance of the hall. Most of them were young men, but there were also a few young women. After they came in, they all looked at the human targets in the hall with arrogant and scrutinizing gazes. The warriors in the hall were the first to be noticed, because these people were much stronger than ordinary people. They were also the most useful to their actual combat training, so they were naturally the first to be noticed. Some of the warriors, led by Jared, were the first to be targeted by these people. After both parties had agreed on a price, they were brought to the training grounds for training. Jared was one of them. Before he left, he even cast a regretful glance at Han Shoa from afar. Among the human targets, the warriors were the most powerful, and thus the most useful to the knight students in actual combat. If the knight students wanted to hire them, they would naturally have to pay far more than the average well-developed commoner. After the human targets in the hall were hired, the rest were commoners. The commoners with well-developed limbs and well-built bodies were the first to be chosen. These people all bulged out their huge muscles and posed as if they were very strong and muscular. They wore ingratiating smiles on their faces as they looked at the future knights, hoping that they would be chosen to receive generous rewards. Han Shoa's figure was not eye-catching to begin with, and he was completely blocked by these tall and muscular men, making him seem even more unimportant. Seeing these knight students choose their targets and leave one after another, Han Shoa couldn't help but feel anxious. The three muscular men stood in three different directions around Han Shoa, almost completely blocking Han Shoa's body. Some of the knight students probably wouldn't even be able to see Han Shoa. This made Han Shoa anxious, and he began to look for ways to make himself more conspicuous. "Hey, big guy, let me pass," Han Shoa said with a friendly smile as he patted a 2-meter mountain of meat in front of him. The strong man's skin was bronze in color. From the back, he looked like a tiger with a bear's waist. He was about 2 meters tall and had strong muscles. He looked like a bodybuilder that Han Shoa had seen before. When he heard Han Shoa's words, he turned around and glared fiercely at Han Shoa. The muscles on his right biceps suddenly bulged and tightened, forming a small mountain of flesh. Only then did he let out a proud, cold laugh and turned his head away without saying a word. "Damn it, so what if you're big?" Han Shoa sneered in his heart as well. He reached out with his left hand and placed it on the back of his waist. Suddenly, he pushed out with his left hand. Thud thud thud. The muscular man's body staggered as Han Shoa's force surged into his lower back. He stumbled forward 3 steps. Because there were too many of these mountains of flesh in the hall, it was already quite crowded. This person's sudden collision caused the people next to him to suffer the same fate. They were also pushed aside involuntarily, and the area in front of Han Shoa suddenly became chaotic. "Damn it, Daniel, are you trying to break the rules?" The other mountains of flesh that had been knocked over by the man named Daniel immediately yelled angrily at Daniel after stabilizing themselves. "It's not me, it's the kid in the back causing trouble." The muscular man Daniel explained innocently to the muscular men next to him. He glared fiercely at Han Shoa and said coldly, "Kid, do you want to die prematurely?" Han Shoa had already taken the opportunity to walk out at this moment. He stood at the edge of the hall and occupied a rather good position. Han Shoa chuckled coldly when he heard Daniel's words. He also extended his right hand and made the same bodybuilding pose that Daniel had just done. He bulged his biceps and adopted an "I'm very strong" pose. His eyebrow arched as he nodded and looked provocatively at Daniel. Suddenly, a few more knight students came in one after the other. These people had been planning on choosing meat targets in the back, but when they saw that there seemed to be a good show to watch, they couldn't help but temporarily stop their hiring and look over with interest. Han Shoa had seen these new knight students come in, which was why he'd arrogantly adopted a provocative pose. With Han Shoa's body, it looked like it would be a bit difficult to be chosen from these people. If he wanted to stand out, just relying on his own body and blowing his own trumpet wouldn't be of much use. The fastest way was to use his tyrannical strength to defeat a mountain of flesh here. Only then would he be able to win the night student's favor. Except, although Han Shuo had adopted a provocative and arrogant pose, in the eyes of others, they only felt that Han Shuo was an idiot. When a mountain of flesh like Daniel adopted this pose, it naturally appeared to be quite intimidating. However, a skinny and small Han Shuo who was only 1.7 meters tall could only be said to be so arrogant in the midst of so many mountains of flesh. It could only be said that he was courting death. "Ha, kid, since you're courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish." Daniel didn't immediately fly into a rage when faced with Han Shuo's provocation. Instead, he was amused and laughed heartily. His arm that was thicker than Han Shuo's thigh suddenly swung and grabbed at Han Shuo's head. In this great hall, in order to stand out and gain the attention of the rich and imposing night students, fights between human targets would occur from time to time. It wasn't the slightest bit out of the ordinary. When Daniel saw that Han Shuo's reckless provocation was exactly what he wanted, he thought that he could use this kid to prove his ferocity in front of the night students. Since such a good thing had been delivered to his doorstep, he naturally wasn't angry, but rather delighted. Except, the majority of fierce people with well-developed limbs were usually simple-minded. With the condition of Han Shuo's body, to be able to push him away from the mountain of flesh and cause him to stumble repeatedly, he had never even considered how much strength was required. The errand boy in charge of registering names, Jeff, revealed a pained expression when he saw Daniel reach out to grab at Han Shuo. He couldn't help but shout out, "Daniel, he's an errand boy of our students. You can't injure him badly." "I will," Daniel replied with a smile. His right hand didn't stop, already reaching out to grab Han Shuo's body. Some of the kind-hearted human targets at the side, including some of the more benevolent night students, all revealed expressions that they couldn't bear to watch. In particular, a few young female night students even cried out involuntarily. Just as Daniel's fan-like hand was about to land on Han Shuo's head, Han Shuo's body suddenly shifted, instantly changing the position he was standing in. Daniel's large hand instantly missed. At this moment, Han Shuo chuckled oddly, as if mocking Daniel's helplessness. Then, he extended his left arm again and flexed his left biceps in the exact same posture. He pointed at the small bulge on his left biceps with his right hand and nodded at Daniel. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was completely expressed. "Do you see? I'm very strong. Ah, this kid is very arrogant. Provocation, absolute provocation. Ha, what an interesting kid." A series of exclamations of surprise came from the mouths of the human targets and the night students respectively. When these people saw that Han Shuo hadn't been caught and was even more arrogant, their interest was immediately piqued. Even the night students who were just discussing prices with the human targets couldn't help but temporarily put aside their conversations and focus their attention here. "Kid, how dare you insult me? I will not let you off today." Daniel's face flushed red like a raging bull that had been instantly provoked. The night students beside him were his gods of wealth, and being humiliated by Han Shuo in such a blatant manner immediately ignited Daniel's anger. Looking at his current appearance, it was likely that Jeff's advice had already been tossed to the back of his mind. As Daniel's voice fell, his eyes looked as if they were about to spit fire. He glared at Han Shuo and clenched his right hand into an iron fist, smashing it fiercely towards Han Shuo. It looked like he no longer intended to capture Han Shuo, but to directly injure Han Shuo's body. Based on the state of the two's bodies, the speed and strength of this punch were worlds apart from the previous one. It was obvious that Daniel was truly enraged this time. If Han Shuo was really hit, he would probably be severely injured even if he didn't die. The people who had been watching out of goodwill earlier began to worry for Han Shuo again. Seeing that the attack was about to reach him, Han Shuo straightened his heel and suddenly twisted his body, miraculously dodging Daniel's iron fist once again. Daniel's punch missed, and his body staggered and flew far away due to inertia. The spectating human targets in front of him all retreated rapidly in shock, afraid that they would be caught in an undeserved calamity. Looking at Han Shuo again, his arms formed a ring shape and placed them on his chest from both sides of his ribs. His fists were facing up, and the backs of his fists were pressed against each other. His chest was raised high, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He once again displayed the provocative posture of a bodybuilder displaying his chest, biceps, and triceps. A series of gasps of surprise suddenly came from the mouths of some of the spectators. Those night students who'd originally been waiting to watch a good show couldn't help but look seriously at Han Shuo. Dodging once might have been enough to prove that Han Shuo had been lucky, but Han Shuo had also dodged under Daniel's increased strength and speed after he'd caught Daniel's attention. This absolutely wasn't something that could be explained by luck. While everyone was still in shock, Daniel was like an enraged wild beast. His eyes were bloodshot, and he once again charged at Han Shuo like a whirlwind after letting out an angry roar. He used both his left and right hands in an attempt to beat Han Shuo into a meat patty. Miracles repeated themselves. Under Daniel's ferocious attacks, Han Shuo was as cunning as a swimming fish. His speed was also extremely fast, and he dodged Daniel's attacks time and time again. He was even able to take the opportunity to assume all sorts of strange and fancy bodybuilding postures that didn't repeat at all. Han Shuo's actions were definitely a naked provocation, a dazzling display of arrogance. Wow, he's so strong. He doesn't repeat even one of these provocative postures. I've never seen it before, a female night student cried out in surprise. This kid is a bit strong, a male night student cried out in surprise. Daniel, we're in trouble this time, a certain mountain of flesh cried out. The entire hall was suddenly in an uproar. Chapter 24. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Daniel roared crazily. He'd gone completely insane and began to attack Han Shuo as if he were going to throw his life away. However, Han Shuo was like a sturdy boat in the middle of a raging ocean. He looked like he would capsize at any moment, but he was still unscathed. At this point, everyone fully acknowledged Han Shuo's dodging speed. No one thought that Han Shuo's previous dodging was due to luck. Those who'd been worried about Han Shuo all wore relaxed smiles. Even Jeff crossed his arms and looked on with a smile. Finally, Daniel's stamina ran out and he stopped, panting heavily. He glared angrily at Han Shuo and roared, "Brat, take a punch from me if you have the guts. What's the use of just dodging?" Daniel had only been complaining out of anger. Even he himself didn't think that Han Shuo would take a punch from him. However, Han Shuo unexpectedly stopped his various bodybuilding poses and nodded calmly at him. He smiled and said, "No problem." Everyone began to size up Han Shuo again after these words were spoken. Many revealed puzzled expressions. Han Shuo had a small and skinny build, so his speed and agility made sense. However, no one thought that a small and skinny Han Shuo who hadn't trained in fighting aura could compete with Daniel in strength, who was obviously a big muscleman. Even Daniel himself was stunned by Han Shuo's reply. He immediately reacted and laughed wildly, "Good, good, you're courting death, don't blame me." Daniel had always been proud of his strong body and fierce strength, and relied on this to earn this reward. Although Daniel was discouraged that his speed and agility weren't as good as Han Shuo's, he could reluctantly accept it. The opportunity to display his great strength was right in front of him. Whether or not he could wash away the humiliation he'd just suffered depended on this blow. Daniel naturally wasn't willing to let it go. Gathering his strength, Daniel punched out with his right fist. The veins on his entire arm bulged, and his speed and strength were raised to the peak as he suddenly punched at Han Shuo. Han Shuo narrowed his eyes slightly, and a vicious cold light flashed in his pupils. He was like a venomous snake waiting for its prey at the entrance of a cave, giving off a cold and sinister feeling. Just as Daniel's fist was about to land on Han Shuo's face, Han Shuo condensed his magical yuan into a tight fist in his right hand and abruptly punched out, colliding with Daniel's iron fist. Paw! After a crisp sound, Daniel suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. His entire right arm drooped, and his clenched right fist curled up like a chicken claw, trembling along with his right arm. The viciousness in Han Shua's eyes receded, and a harmless smile once again hung on his face. He withdrew his right fist and shook it slightly, looking at his own fist in astonishment. He muttered to himself, "Eh. I really did take it." Daniel had seen that Han Shua's body was thin and weak, and had just thrown out a punch with all his strength. He wasn't simply trying to teach Han Shua a lesson, but was obviously planning on killing Han Shua. The current Han Shua was no longer a coward who meekly accepted adversity. Although he would feign ignorance, he naturally wouldn't be soft-hearted when faced with someone who wanted to kill him. The bizarre scene of the two's fists colliding completely stunned the many night students and human targets in the hall. Some of the commoner human targets on the side looked at Han Shua with a trace of fear. Those closest to Han Shua all automatically moved away, allowing Han Shua to occupy the best position. The night students were all extremely excited and started whispering to each other in discussion. Some even suspected that Han Shua was one of the rare barbarians on the continent, or that he was a half-beast in human form. Daniel was still howling in pain as his right arm trembled continuously. Everyone knew what the crisp sound just now meant. They knew that Daniel's right arm was most likely crippled from just one exchange of fists. The old errand boy Jeff looked regretfully at Daniel and comforted him softly. "Daniel, I'm very sorry that this has happened, but I'm afraid that your body is no longer suitable to remain here." When Daniel heard Jeff's words, he couldn't help but glare at Han Shua with resentment and then walked past Han Shua, walking out of the hall. There were too many people who had been injured in the fights here, so there were already a few rules. Daniel understood his own identity and position, plus he was well aware that he was absolutely no match for Han Shua, so he could only leave early. When Daniel left, Jeff called out loudly, all right, everyone can continue with the negotiations." Many night students walked towards Han Shua as soon as Jeff's words landed, all of them staring at Han Shua and calling out, 1 gold coin, 2 gold coins, 3 gold coins. Under normal circumstances, a commoner human target who accompanied the students during their training would only cost around 10 to 50 silver coins, depending on the student's strength. A strong warrior would normally cost between 1 to 5 gold coins, depending on the warrior's level. Now that these people were calling out 2 to 3 gold coins, it was already an extremely high price. Although Han Shua had displayed his strength just now, Han Shua wasn't a warrior after all. If a slightly stronger warrior had exchanged a punch with Daniel, they could have used their fighting aura to kill Daniel in one blow. Therefore, a price of 2 to 3 gold coins was already an unbelievably high price among commoner human targets. When the first night student called out a price of 1 gold coin, Han Shua had already planned to open his mouth and agree. However, when the second price was called out, Han Shua immediately shut his mouth and waited for a higher price to appear. Although Han Shua hadn't come for money, Han Shua understood the importance of money in this world. It was just as important as it was on Earth. If he could earn 2 gold coins, he naturally wouldn't be willing to earn just 1. The night students walked up to Han Shua one by one and called out different and continuously increasing prices. However, Han Shua was only a commoner after all, and not a warrior with astonishing strength. Therefore, most of these people stopped after calling out 2 to 3 gold coins. 5 gold coins. Han Shua's patience finally won him a large sum of money. A handsome journeyman knight with golden curls and a gentle and humble appearance called out a higher price than the others. When he called out 5 gold coins, many people stopped talking and looked at him with some surprise. One of them said, "Lawrence, a journeyman warrior is only worth 5 gold coins. Although this kid has some strength, he's definitely not worth 5 gold coins. Aren't you calling out a bit too high?" Lawrence smiled faintly and said mildly, "It's a bit high, but we've come a bit late. All the warriors have already been chosen, so we don't have any other choices. We can only choose him." Everyone thought that he was right after he said this. After all, Han Shua's strength was probably the highest amongst the many human targets in the hall. If the warriors from before were still here, perhaps Han Shua wouldn't be worth this price. But now that Han Shua's strength was the highest here, the night students didn't have any other choices. Everyone was in a hurry to find someone to spar with, so Han Shua's price naturally rose. What a wondrous friend, how about 5 gold coins? Lawrence looked at Han Shua with a smile and said amiably. Looking left and right, Han Shua saw that no one else was raising the price. He then looked at Lawrence's strength and saw that he was the highest amongst them. He nodded and agreed, deal. Lawrence walked towards Han Shua and fished out 5 gold coins from his ornate purse, handing them to Han Shua. I'm Lawrence, here are 5 gold coins. I hope you'll be able to help me in the upcoming trials. Han Shua was a bit excited as he accepted the 5 gold coins. When Brian had been sold to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, he'd also been sold for 5 gold coins. Now, 5 gold coins for a sparring partner was enough to buy Brian's life. With Han Shua's identity, 5 gold coins was an absolutely astronomical price. It was enough for Han Shua to regain his freedom. I'm Brian, please advise me. Han Shua smiled courteously at the god of fortune, Lawrence, after putting the gold coins into his shabby purse. Come with me, let me see if you're worth those 5 gold coins. Lawrence walked out of the hall after saying this, Han Shua following closely behind. The training field of the night school was more or less similar to the one in the School of Magic, except that there were fewer magical tools and a few more obstacles in the corners. Only Han Shua and Lawrence were present in this spacious training field. The ground was made of rough, hard rocks, and the ground was hard to walk on. When Lawrence walked in, he changed into a set of white training clothes and took off his sword, setting it to the side. He then looked at Han Shua with interest and said with a smile, those 5 gold coins aren't easy to earn, are you ready? Han Shua thought to himself. Due to the forging of magical yuan, his body was as tough and strong as the sky and the earth compared to the original Brian. Add to that the odd magical yuan, which seemed to have some miraculous resistance to fighting aura, and he wasn't afraid that Lawrence would use fighting aura to completely damage his body. He didn't make any preparations either, so he nodded directly at Lawrence. Take note, you're a sparring partner. You can only dodge and block, but not attack. Lawrence seemed to have noticed that Han Shua was a newbie, so he gave some instructions before making his move. He only slowly walked towards Han Shua after seeing that Han Shua understood. Just as Lawrence was about to reach Han Shua's side, he suddenly sped up like lightning. His empty left hand was like an unsheathed sword as he stabbed towards Han Shua's chest with the 5 fingers of his palm closed together. Because knights trained in fighting aura, their strength and speed were completely incomparable to that of ordinary strong commoners. Lawrence's thrust was more than 10 times faster and more powerful than Daniel's. Han Shua's vision blurred as he saw Lawrence's arm reach his chest. He was startled and immediately circulated his magical yuan, twisting his body abruptly and dodging to the side. With a ripping sound, the clothes in front of Han Shua's chest were torn open by Lawrence. Han Shua felt a chill in front of his chest and then saw his clothes flutter. He couldn't help but rejoice that he dodged in time. It was a pity that before he'd even finished rejoicing, a strong force suddenly surged into his lower abdomen. Han Shua's body involuntarily stumbled backwards, finally landing on his butt on a hard rock. He felt as if his stomach and intestines were tangled together, and the pain was extreme. He abruptly lifted his head and discovered that Lawrence's foot was still suspended in midair. Lawrence was looking at him with a face full of ridicule. Brian, I've already held back this time and didn't take the opportunity to attack. I won't be so merciful next time. Lawrence had condensed fighting aura in that kick just now. However, although Lawrence had used fighting aura on his physical strength and attack, he'd only withdrawn it and hadn't released it. He'd only used fighting aura to increase his physical strength and attack power, and hadn't used fighting aura to directly enter Han Shua's body to destroy Han Shua's body. It was precisely because of this that Han Shua's magical yuan hadn't undergone any changes. His body had forcefully endured the violent impact this time, and his gradually strengthening body had also been immediately damaged. Nodding, Han Shua's brow furrowed tightly as he endured the pain in his lower abdomen. He stood up from the ground and looked coldly at Lawrence. I'll be careful from now on. Again. Chapter 25. Lawrence looked at Han Shuo with a bit of surprise, then smiled and said, "Very good." His body suddenly moved again, appearing in front of Han Shuo in the blink of an eye. His leg once again kicked out fiercely like lightning, his target still being Han Shuo's lower abdomen. At this moment, Han Shuo's lower abdomen had been violently kicked, and his body was already in extreme pain. He knew very well that the speed and strength of Journeyman Knight Lawrence's attacks weren't something that he, who hadn't even passed the solid level of magical yuan, would be able to completely defend against. However, for some reason, Han Shuo didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt a vague sense of anticipation and excitement. The magical yuan within his body instantly circulated a few times around his lower abdomen, and Han Shuo immediately felt the pain in his lower abdomen lessen. He was unprecedentedly focused and calmly faced Lawrence's attacks from behind. Just as Lawrence's kick was about to land, Han Shuo had already pushed off with his feet and abruptly retreated backwards, dodging Lawrence's kick with lightning speed. However, Lawrence wasn't the slightest bit surprised, and his body didn't pause in the slightest. After his kick had missed, he instantly caught up to Han Shuo's retreating figure. A series of punches and kicks rained down on Han Shuo like a torrential storm. This was Lawrence's Journeyman Knight realm. When he circulated his fighting aura to his physical strength and attack power, all aspects of his body would completely surpass that of an average strong man. Even with Han Shuo's current agility, he still couldn't avoid being hit repeatedly. Crackling sounds rang out continuously, and apart from Han Shuo's face, his chest, waist, abdomen, legs, and arms couldn't be completely defended and were continuously injured by Lawrence. As his body was repeatedly hit, the pain in Han Shuo's body grew more and more intense. The speed at which he continuously dodged also began to slow down due to his body's influence. Because of this, he received more and more attacks. In the end, Han Shuo's legs felt as heavy as lead. Every movement he made seemed to weigh more than 10,000 kilograms. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Shuo had continuously tempered his body with demonic yuan during this period of time, Brian's originally frail body wouldn't have been able to withstand a minute of Lawrence's storm-like attacks. He would have been beaten to death. The last time they faced Claude and Eric, both of them had used Qi to directly enter Han Shuo's body. The violent fighting aura was immediately enveloped by demonic yuan the moment it entered his body. This was why Han Shuo's physical body didn't suffer too much damage. Han Shuo hadn't suffered too many injuries after having his fighting aura enter his body twice. This caused Han Shuo to faintly look down on these warriors and knights. But after being beaten up so badly by Lawrence, Han Shuo finally understood that his previous thinking was completely wrong. The reason why he hadn't been injured before was entirely due to the miraculous effects of the demonic yuan. If it wasn't for the demonic yuan within his body, his internal organs would have been completely destroyed when the fighting aura entered his body. No wonder he hadn't died on the spot when Claude's fighting aura had entered his body. Why were so many people astonished? Why was Eric so confident that he would undoubtedly die when his fighting aura entered his body and didn't even bother to examine himself? Lawrence had now changed the way he used his fighting aura. He didn't directly use the fighting aura to destroy his internal organs, but instead increased the power and speed of his attacks. This way, the miraculous effects of the demonic yuan couldn't be utilized and he could only passively endure it with his physical body. Bam! The same kick once again landed on Han Shuo's lower abdomen. Han Shuo stumbled backwards and finally fell to the ground again, unable to withstand the force. Han Shuo now had 2 broken ribs and countless other injuries. Apart from the skin on his face that was fine, his entire body had suffered unprecedented damage. Han Shuo's body trembled and he constantly tried to stand up, but every time he stood up, he would sway and fall again. Now, every time Han Shuo's body twisted, it would bring him intense pain. But at this moment, Han Shuo was actually ecstatic. He could clearly feel that the speed at which the magical yuan circulated was much faster than usual. It continuously flowed to all the painful parts of his body, causing those painful wounds and broken bones to have a strange burning sensation. Han Shuo understood that his previous judgment had been correct. Breaking through to the solid realm was indeed the quickest method. The magical yuan was circulating abnormally now and was continuously repairing his damaged physical body, forging and polishing his muscles, bones, skin, and flesh over and over again, making his physical body more and more resilient in the future. Although his body was in unbearable pain, Han Shuo was extremely satisfied in his heart. He grit his teeth as he screamed and grinned. He finally forced himself to stand up and look directly at Lawrence, saying, "I think our deal can continue for a long time." Lawrence stopped and stood in front of Han Shuo, frowning as he watched Han Shuo's body sway and finally stand up after falling over and over again. As the attacker, Lawrence naturally understood the power of his attack just now. Even an ordinary novice warrior wouldn't be as tenacious as Han Shuo when faced with such a violent attack, even with the protection of fighting aura. What surprised Lawrence the most was that Han Shuo could still laugh and scream in agony even after enduring such a fierce attack. Lawrence could also feel from Han Shuo's laughter that Han Shuo was truly filled with joy. This made Lawrence feel incredulous. When Han Shuo said that he wanted a long-term deal, Lawrence first started and then smiled faintly. "Brian, you're very interesting. But if you want a long-term deal, it'll depend on your body and if you can take it. To be honest, I didn't use my full strength today, nor did I use my sword. I have plenty of gold coins. If you still want to earn money like this, you can come find me anytime next time. We'll keep the same price in the future, 5 gold coins each time. How about it?" Nodding, Han Shuo said, "No problem, I'll be back soon." "Very good, Brian, you're a very interesting person. I hope you'll recover soon. My attacks will be even fiercer next time, so you better be prepared." Lawrence changed his clothes as he spoke, put on his sword, and left the training field. Han Shuo didn't immediately get up and leave after Lawrence left, but rather sat down cross-legged and began to use magical yuan over and over again to forge and repair his heavily injured body according to the training methods of magical yuan. After a while, Han Shuo felt that the strength that he'd lost was slowly returning as the magical yuan flowed through his body. His 2 legs that had originally weighed over 10,000 pounds also regained some strength. Although his body was still in pain, it was a bit better than before when he'd been completely powerless and in excruciating pain. Han Shuo grimaced as he moved his body, feeling the pain in his body. He grinned and laughed heartily as he endured the pain in his body. He slowly got up and wobbled his way out of the training field. It's Brian, are you alright?" Han Shuo had just walked out of the training field when he heard someone exclaim next to him. Turning around, Han Shuo discovered that it was the young warrior Jared who'd kindly advised him in the hall earlier. Jared's tight-fitting robes were a bit dusty and there were some traces of sweat on his forehead and clothes, but he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. "It's nothing." Han Shuo nodded at Jared with a faint smile and responded faintly. As a warrior with plenty of battle experience, Jared could tell with a glance that Han Shuo's condition wasn't as unharmed as he'd said. He'd had plenty of experience as a human target and naturally understood that although nothing could be seen from the outside, it didn't mean that the body wasn't injured. Han Shuo's current condition, whether it was his gait or his facial expressions, all indicated that his body was in terrible shape. Jared quickly approached Han Shuo and reached out to support Han Shuo. He frowned. "You're still saying it's nothing? Your body must be in terrible shape right now. How about this, I'll send you back. It's a good thing you made it out alive. I thought you'd be beaten to death." Jared had good intentions, but Han Shuo was now an errand slave of the necromancy major, and a crazy one at that. If he went back with Jared, it would definitely attract some unnecessary trouble. In addition, Han Shuo didn't want to owe anyone favors. Although his body was in terrible shape right now, as long as he endured it, it wouldn't be a problem for him to walk slowly. Therefore, Han Shuo pulled away Jared's supporting hand and said with a smile, "Thank you, Jared. It's really nothing, I can go back myself." After saying this, Han Shuo was about to leave, but when he turned around, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards him from afar, Claude. Claude had a human target behind him and was also walking towards the night student's training field. It looked like he was also planning on training himself as a human shield. When he'd come to the Night Academy, Han Shuo had already made preparations to meet Claude. Last time in the Light Magic Academy, Han Shuo's little skull had almost been smashed to pieces by Claude's attacks. Even Han Shuo's fighting aura had entered his body. If it weren't for the magical yuan wrapping around his fighting aura, Han Shuo's life would have been lost at Claude's hands. Claude didn't take this matter to heart, and didn't know that the owner of the little skull was Han Shuo. However, Han Shuo had already secretly noted down this debt and planned on paying it back in the future. Although he'd long since made preparations to meet Claude, his body was in terrible shape right now. Han Shuo wasn't willing to meet Claude at this time. Otherwise, if he guessed wrongly and Claude took revenge because he was unhappy with him last time, only death would await him in his current physical condition. When he saw Claude slowly walk over with a sunny smile on his face and turn his head to discuss something with the night students next to him, Han Shuo couldn't help but rapidly think of a way to avoid Claude. Chapter 26. When Claude came closer and closer, Han Shuo grinned and gave a low cry. He bent his body and lowered his head to grab at his ankle, as if to examine the injury. Jared frowned involuntarily when he saw Han Shuo's movements and leaned towards Han Shuo. He supported Han Shuo with one hand and said, "How is it? Is your ankle injured? Let me take a look." "It's nothing, I just twisted it a little." Han Shuo bent his back and lowered his head as he said lowly. Claude and a few night students had just arrived at this time. These people had all arrived later and didn't recognize Han Shuo. There were many who were severely injured or disabled in this place, so Han Shuo's current performance didn't draw too much attention. Claude glanced at Han Shuo's figure and didn't pay much attention to it. He chatted and laughed with the people next to him and passed by Han Shuo to leave. Han Shuo's ankle had indeed been twisted earlier and was now a bit swollen. Jared lowered his head to take a look and exclaimed softly, "It's swollen so badly. Let me take you back." Seeing that Claude's footsteps were getting further and further away, Han Shuo straightened his body again and twisted on his toes. He smiled at Jared, "I suddenly feel much better." "Thank you, Jared, there's really no need." Han Shuo's walking speed increased after he'd spoken these words. He didn't even make a sound as he quickly disappeared around the corner. Jared shook his head with a face full of confusion when he saw that Han Shuo seemed to be fine. He said with surprise, "What a strange person." Han Shuo returned to the necromancy major of the School of Magic when the sky was about to darken, dragging a body riddled with wounds. Most of Han Shuo's necromancy errand boy tasks were taken over by Carrie and Borg now, so Han Shuo didn't have to worry about them. After returning and receiving his dinner, Han Shuo immediately returned to the warehouse. After locking the door tightly, he immediately began to use demonic arts to continuously forge and repair his body. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt. His skin, flesh, tendons, and bones were all severely injured. The demonic yuan circulated through his entire body in accordance with the demonic arts training method. Every time the demonic yuan circulated through his entire body, Han Shuo would feel his strength gradually recovering amidst the burning pain. During this process, the magical yuan circulated unceasingly, seemingly strengthening bit by bit, bringing Han Shuo a new pleasant surprise. He thought to himself, "It seems that the process of body forging is also a gradual process of increasing demonic yuan. In the future, I'll have to continuously endure this kind of damage in order to temper my body." In the latter half of the night, the pain in Han Shuo's body had improved a lot. At this time, Han Shuo continued to practice the mystical glacial spell fire, circulating the demonic yuan to the palms of his hands over and over again according to the circulation method of the mystical glacial spell fire. Time flew by quickly, and Han Shuo's entire being sunk into a strange state that he was completely unaware of. There were no distracting thoughts in his mind, only the persistence and tenacity of training. He had long since forgotten the pain from the injuries on his body, and just continued to circulate the demonic yuan according to the circulation method of that mystical glacial spell fire. In the past, Han Shuo had always restrained himself when he practiced demonic arts, and would wake up after a certain time. He had never been so engrossed in it before. The Han Shuo of today seemed to be lost in it, forgetting the passage of time, forgetting his own existence, and forgetting all worldly distracting thoughts. Bam! The small door to the warehouse was abruptly slammed open, and Han Shuo abruptly woke up. His brow creased, and his eyes shot cold lightning straight at Jack. Jack trembled in fright when Han Shuo's gaze landed on him, and only exclaimed softly when he saw the cold lightning in Han Shuo's eyes recede. "Brian, so you really were in the warehouse? I thought something had happened to you." Han Shuo immediately checked the state of his body after he woke up, and suddenly discovered that his body, which had been badly injured, had more or less recovered. The demonic yuan within his body was a bit stronger than before, and his mental strength was also much clearer than before. "What could have happened to me? I just woke up a day late. Borg and Carrie helped me clean anyways, so it's no big deal." Han Shuo shook his stiff neck, which emitted creaking sounds. When Han Shuo walked down from the small wooden bed and twisted his body, the bones in his entire body made crisp popping sounds, causing Jack to freeze in place in shock. After a while, Jack seemed to suddenly wake up when the strange sounds in Han Shuo's body had disappeared. He called out involuntarily, "Oh, Brian, you didn't just wake up a day late. You haven't appeared for 6 days in a row. I knocked on the door for a long time, but you didn't respond. I thought something had happened to you." Han Shuo was also startled when Jack said this. 6 days, could it be that he trained for a whole 6 days? Han Shuo suddenly remembered that in the memories that Chu Kanglin had left behind, there was a saying of entering the demonic path when practicing demonic arts. Due to coincidental circumstances, demonic practitioners would sometimes fall into the realm of entering the demonic path. Depending on the situation, entering the demonic path could be divided into 2 types, active and passive. When someone entered the demonic path, their mind would change greatly and they would become bloodthirsty. Their body would feel no pain, and both their demonic arts and physique would be greatly enhanced as they entered the demonic path. They wouldn't stop for even a moment, and would want to continuously destroy everything and everyone in front of them. This type of entering the demonic path was active. The other type was Han Shuo's previous situation. He had suddenly entered the demonic path in the midst of training. He was muddle-headed and couldn't sense it, but his bodily functions and the flow of demonic yuan would be many times stronger than usual. He couldn't sense the state of his training, but could sense the tremendous changes in his body when he suddenly awoke. Of these 2 types of entering the demonic path, the first one usually occurred when one's mind was disturbed and severely stimulated. If one didn't die from the endless slaughter during entering the demonic path, their vitality would be greatly damaged, and there would be some side effects. Han Shuo's peaceful entering the demonic path was the better option. Normally, one would enter this realm miraculously during the course of training, and their strength would increase greatly after they awoke. "Oh, that's because I've been a bit sleepy lately and have been sleeping too deeply." "Oh right, why did you come looking for me?" Han Shuo felt his stomach empty as he spoke. He immediately understood that his body was in dire need of food and nutrients after not eating for 6 days. Seeing Han Shuo rub his stomach, little fatty Jack rummaged through his clothes and took out a large piece of bread for Han Shuo. He then said, "I was worried about you. Also, Master Fanny asked me to take you to her laboratory." "Oh, right, that little witch Lisa also asked me about you. I wonder if she's looking for trouble with you again." "I see. I'll go to Master Fanny's first." "Let's go," Han Shuo said as he nibbled on Jack's bread and walked out of the warehouse. It was a good thing that the little skull had been pushed under the bed by Han Shuo during this time, so Jack didn't notice anything strange when he suddenly barged in. After fixing the lock on the door that Jack had smashed open, Han Shuo headed straight for Fanny's laboratory. Knock knock knock. Han Shuo stood at the door to Fanny's laboratory and raised his hand to knock on the door. "Come in." Fanny's gentle voice sounded from within the laboratory. Han Shuo pushed the door open and walked in after hearing it. There were a few magic scrolls spread out on a round table in the middle of the laboratory. The magic scrolls were engraved with mysterious and exquisite magical characters and diagrams. Even a rookie like Han Shuo, who had just entered the Hall of Magic, could feel the strong magical pulses from the magic scrolls from afar. At this moment, Fanny was bent over and chanting an incantation. Her slender fingers were dipped in the brown magic potion beside her as she sketched out exquisite lines on the magic scrolls. These exquisite lines seemed disorderly, but they also gave off a very harmonious and wonderful feeling. After a while, Fanny had sketched out a scroll and infused magical elements into the magic scroll after chanting an incantation. A desolate, lonely, and gloomy presence immediately emanated from within the scroll. A dark brown light flashed on the scroll and it automatically rolled up. Putting away the completed magic scroll, Fanny lifted her head to take a look and couldn't help but grin lightly. "Oh, it's Brian. How are the injuries on your back?" "Many thanks to Master Fanny's concern. The injuries on my back have all healed." Han Shuo nodded and responded. Han Shuo understood that he couldn't keep pretending to be crazy. Although being crazy would bring him some convenience, there would be problems sooner or later if he continued. Since that was the case, he might as well slowly change himself and let everyone unknowingly accept a new version of himself. Even if he changed then, they wouldn't find it abrupt, but would instead think that he had suddenly come to a realization after going crazy. Brian, who had possessed the body, had suffered a great deal in the necromancy major. Han Shuo had originally decided to take revenge for Brian after climbing out of the grave. He'd more or less taught Carrie, Borg, and Baklissa a lesson by now. It could be said that he'd taken quite a bit of revenge for Brian. Han Shuo was still in the necromancy major because he was making plans for his future. After understanding this world, Han Shuo finally understood that he had to continuously increase his strength in order to survive in this world. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was a place where he could continuously improve himself. Han Shuo had stayed here to make use of the Academy's resources to continuously improve all aspects of himself, including strength, knowledge, and a complete understanding of this world. Therefore, Han Shuo knew that he couldn't continue being crazy like this. He needed to change himself bit by bit. "Oh, that's great. We're planning on going out on a trip and letting the students test out their progress in magic in the outside world. Come with us and help them pack their things. I'll also take a good look at your body's condition on the way. What do you think, Brian?" Fanny put down the things in her hands and smiled faintly at Han Shuo. Startled, Han Shuo thought for a moment and felt that this was an opportunity. He nodded involuntarily. "All right." Chapter 27. All right then, we'll set off in 2 days. Make some preparations in the next few days. As for your errand work, I'll have the school temporarily handed over to the 3 of them. You don't have to worry about it. Seeing that Han Shuo had agreed, Fanny smiled charmingly. Her beautiful face was even more enchanting because of her smile, causing Han Shuo's heart to flutter slightly. Before he had been placed in Brian's body, Han Shuo's life could be said to be a failure. Not only had he achieved nothing in his career, but his love life was even worse. He still didn't know what it was like to be a woman. After coming to this world, Han Shuo's self-control had become weaker and weaker due to his cultivation of demonic magic. His various desires had become more and more intense. Han Shuo could be considered a person who had died once. The muddle-headed life in the past had completely bound him. In addition to that, because of his family and personality, although he had some evil thoughts, he didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. Now that he had arrived in this completely unfamiliar world, after cultivating demonic magic, and following the gradual increase in his strength, many of the powers that had previously restrained him had also disappeared. He naturally wanted to have no regrets and realize the extravagant hope that had been buried in his heart all this time. Women, especially beautiful women, were one of the desires that Han Shuo couldn't restrain in his heart. Not only was Fanny beautiful and alluring, she also took good care of Han Shuo. Han Shuo was at the age where he longed for women the most, so it was inevitable that he would have strong desires. In addition to that, the cultivation of demonic magic was about following one's heart's desires, so Han Shuo naturally treated Fanny as his emotional prey. "Master Fanny, are the dark creatures you summon different every time? Can you summon the dark creature and send it back to the other dimension so that you can summon the original one the next time? Since Han Shuo had promised Fanny that he would go out with them, he began to make plans for his own matters. Han Shuo didn't have anything on him other than the little skull that he had summoned. Within a certain range, Han Shuo could use his mental strength to contact the little skull. However, if they were to go far away and were thousands of miles away, it would be difficult for Han Shuo to contact the little skull with his mental strength. If Han Shuo wasn't here and Han Shuo wasn't there to control the little skull, it would be troublesome if something happened. Although Han Shuo was confident that he could send the little skull to the other dimension, he still didn't know if he could summon it again. Therefore, Han Shuo wanted to solve this problem before he left. As a teacher of the necromancy major, Fanny was naturally more familiar with these matters. Just because Han Shuo didn't have a way didn't mean that Fanny didn't have one. Therefore, she asked. When Han Shuo's words left his mouth, Fanny looked at Han Shuo with a bit of confusion. Her sexy, full lips moved as she asked, Brian, why are you asking this? These things should be the necromancy major's concern. You shouldn't be interested in these things. Oh, that's Lisa's question. I'm just asking you on her behalf. Han Shuo nodded and said with a face of good intentions. Fanny didn't doubt Han Shuo's response. She understood that Lisa often used Han Shuo to practice her necromancy magic, so it made sense that Lisa would ask Han Shuo. After thinking for a bit, Fanny said, so that's how it is. It's not that you can't summon the same dark creature again after sending it to the other dimension, but that there's no need to do so. Every time you summon it from the other dimension, you can only randomly summon one or more dark creatures of the same level based on the strength of your mental strength and the strength of the incantation. Because dark creatures of the same level aren't that different in strength, no one cares about this. Then what should we do if we want to summon the dark creature that was previously sent to the other dimension? A thought occurred to Han Shuo and he hastily asked. Putting away all the magic scrolls on the table, Fanny's beautiful and slender fingers slid lightly over the table. She frowned and explained, if we really want to summon the dark creature that was sent to the other dimension, then we must leave a magical brand on its body before sending it to the other dimension. The next time we summon it, we can use the brand to lock onto the original dark creature. This way, we can find and summon the dark creature that was originally sent to the other dimension. Han Shuo was overjoyed when he heard Fanny's words, but he frowned and murmured to himself, so that's how it is. I wonder if Lisa knows how to leave a magical brand on a summoned dark creature. Looking at Han Shuo in surprise, Fanny grinned and said softly, Brian, you're a very kind person. I know that Lisa has never been very friendly to you, and that the problems with your body were caused by the agony of the soul. To think that not only did you not hold a grudge, but you've always been considerate of her. There are very few people as pure and kind as you these days. Pure. Kind. Han Shuo was speechless inside, but he put on an honest smile and scratched his head, saying a bit embarrassedly, I feel that you can't hold a grudge for anything. As long as you treat others with kindness, they'll understand. Ha. Fanny smiled lightly and nodded when she heard Han Shuo's words, but didn't say anything else. She took out a thin yellow piece of paper from a nearby cabinet and picked up a feather with her slender fingers. She dipped it in ink and quickly wrote something on the thin paper. Fanny had filled the paper with words after a while and inserted the feather into the pen holder. She handed the paper to Han Shuo and smiled, this is the incantation and method to leave a magical brand on a summoned dark creature. Give it to Lisa, I think that with her strength as a novice mage, she should know how to do it. Overjoyed, Han Shuo almost trembled as he accepted Fanny's thin paper. He smiled and nodded, saying impatiently, I'll go now, Lisa will be very happy. Han Shuo took the thin paper excitedly and quickly left Fanny's laboratory after he'd spoken. What a pure and innocent young fellow. I hope that Lisa will make less trouble for him in the future with this. Fanny smiled faintly and said ruefully when she saw Han Shuo leave in a hurry. Deep into the night, in the cemetery behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. O endless darkness, transform into the bone arrow of destruction. With my will, destroy everything before me, bone arrow. A low magical incantation sounded and a sharp bone arrow instantly formed in the air. It whistled fiercely as it abruptly pierced into the chest of a scarecrow in front of it. "Ha, I can finally successfully release the bone arrow." Han Shuo laughed loudly and said proudly when he saw that the bone arrow hadn't shattered midway and hadn't gone the wrong way this time. It had been a long time since the incident that had occurred in the cemetery, and Han Shuo was certain that no one would pay attention to this place again when he'd returned to the cemetery and started practicing the bone arrow. Han Shuo's mental strength had increased rapidly in this period of time, especially after he'd played with that strange ball last time. Han Shuo's mental strength had greatly increased after he'd escaped death. After continuous practice and understanding of magical knowledge, Han Shuo could finally completely grasp this low-level necromancy spell, bone arrow, without the slightest error. The little skull stood ramrod straight in the distance, its empty eye sockets continuously patrolling the surroundings as it moved its head. The bone dagger in his hand was gripped within the 5 bones of his right hand, sparkling with a cold, eerie light under the moonlight. Tomorrow, he would temporarily leave the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force with Brahma and the others and head to the outside world. The fact that Han Shuo had used Lisa's name to ask Fanny for advice wasn't exposed. This was a small matter after all, and Fanny wasn't someone who would ask about everything. She'd naturally forget about it after a day or two. Han Shuo had consulted the foundations of necromancy and an overview of dark creatures over the past few days. He'd carefully studied and pondered over the contents of Fanny's thin paper, and was now confident that he could leave a magical brand on the little skull's body. Before he left the next day, Han Shuo finally decided to make his move. He began to plant his own magical brand on the little skull according to his own understanding. His mental strength stirred, and the patrolling little skull swiftly dashed towards Han Shuo with the bone dagger in its hand. The 7 bone spurs on the little skull's back flapped slightly as the little skull ran, as if giving it some assistance. This caused the little skull's figure to seem to be skimming through the air as it ran, giving Han Shuo quite a fright. He thought to himself that his efforts in refining the little skull hadn't gone to waste. This little skull's strength was obviously increasing bit by bit, just like him. When the little skull came to a stop in front of Han Shuo held his breath and focused his mental strength like never before. He curled his fingers and raised them slightly towards the sky, starting to chant the incantation in a low voice according to Fanny's notes. "My loyal servant, in the capacity of a summoned host, I leave my eternal brand on you, the seal of darkness." As soon as the incantation ended, Han Shuo suddenly felt his mental strength rapidly drain away. A dark, fist-sized ball of air quickly formed between his curled hands. The amount of mental strength required for the seal of darkness was beyond Han Shuo's expectations. It was only at this moment that Han Shuo remembered something he'd neglected. Lisa was a novice mage, and he was just a magic apprentice. The amount of mental strength Fanny's method required was probably based on Lisa's mental strength. She'd never thought that the target of the spell would be a magic apprentice like Han Shuo. With his mental strength drained in an instant, Han Shuo felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if something had been extracted as well. He couldn't help but be shocked. Just at this moment, the ball of air between Han Shuo's hands suddenly floated out and entered the little skull's body through its empty eye sockets. At the same time, Han Shuo felt his entire body collapse as he fell to the ground on his butt, panting heavily. Suddenly, the hazy memories from Chu Kanglan seemed to have been torn apart, and a portion of the incantation and memory suddenly became extremely clear. It was the memory of controlling demonic treasures and the method of magic control. The sudden clarity of the memory made Han Shuo understand that in this baffling situation, he'd learned a bit more of the hazy memories of Chu Kanglan in his mind. A strange whooshing sound abruptly interrupted Han Shuo's thoughts. Han Shuo couldn't help but raise his head to search for the source of the sound. When he turned his head to look, Han Shuo was dumbfounded. All he saw was that the little skull's body was dancing wildly, as a sharp bone dagger glinted coldly under the moonlight. It circled around the little skull's body, and as the little skull's fingers moved, the bone dagger changed directions bizarrely, riddling the grass dolls that Han Shuo had made with holes. Han Shuo recovered from his shock, and his face was filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. He shouted to the sky, "Fuck me, this is fucking amazing." Chapter 28. A streak of white light flashed past as Han Shuo and a group of necromancy students appeared out of thin air within a circular magic matrix filled with magical symbols. Han Shuo had experimented 3 times last night and discovered that he could really send the little skull to the other dimension and then recall it. He happily returned to his room and put away the money pouch hidden under his bed, making preparations for his training outside. Han Shuo's face was full of astonishment as his eyes spun continuously, carefully examining the magic matrix that he was in. The entire matrix was circular in shape, and there was an enormous hexagram on the rock beneath his feet. Exquisite magical patterns were carved on the magical pillars at the edges, and faint magical pulses emanated from the entire matrix. Han Shuo had been at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force a moment ago, and had stood in a similar transportation matrix. Han Shuo felt a strong magical pulse fill his surroundings when the matrix was activated, and then he appeared here after a flash of white light. Han Shuo understood from the student's words that this was a magical transportation matrix. This kind of magical transportation matrix was very valuable, and it was quite complicated to set up. Even a skilled mage would need a large amount of magical materials to set up a magical transportation matrix. Stop looking, the magical transportation matrix is indeed wondrous, but there's no need to make such a big fuss out of nothing. Lisa couldn't help but speak up when she saw Han Shuo looking around foolishly. This magic was truly magical. Although Han Shuo had heard of magical transportation matrices before, this was his first time experiencing one and naturally felt that it was a bit incredible. Han Shuo finally gave up after carefully examining the surroundings of the matrix. Han Shuo understood that with his current superficial knowledge of magic, he wouldn't be able to understand even if he were to explain the principles behind a magical matrix, much less set up a transportation matrix. Not to mention that the amount of magical materials needed to set up a transportation matrix was enormous. Even the Empire couldn't set it up in every city, and the amount of energy required to operate the matrix was considerable. Even some regular nobles wouldn't be able to afford it. If it wasn't for the fact that the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force possessed a magical transportation matrix, Han Shuo would likely never be able to use a magical transportation matrix even once in his lifetime. This was the city of Zajoski at the border of the Lancelot Empire. Zajoski was the largest city in the southwest of the empire. West of Zajoski was the Kurlan Valley. West of the Kurlan Valley was where the orcs lived. To the south of Zajoski was the Dark Forest. All sorts of powerful magical creatures lived within the vast dark forest, including elves who worshipped nature. Zajoski had never been peaceful. The Empire had invested many troops in Zajoski to defend against the barbaric orcs' invasion. It was said that the lands that the orcs lived in were extremely barren. The barbaric orcs had always wanted to occupy the fertile lands of the Lancelot Empire. Zajoski was the Empire's largest defense point in the southwest, and would naturally receive the care of the orcs. The Dark Forest wasn't a peaceful place either. Although the elves, who worshipped peace and nature, were on relatively good terms with the Empire, the magical creatures within the Dark Forest would often walk out of the forest and appear in nearby villages. This caused some of the surrounding villages to be quite disturbed. Perhaps it was because Zajoski wasn't peaceful that the Empire had expended a great deal of money to build a magical transportation matrix within the city, in order to facilitate communication between the Empire and Zajoski. However, the magical transportation matrix consumed too much energy to use, and the number of people that could be transported was limited. Therefore, it couldn't support large-scale military deployments at all. Zajoski's unique location made it a haven for adventurers. All sorts of merchants and adventurers desired to come here and make a fortune. The magical creatures' cores, bones, skin, and flesh within the Dark Forest, the priceless magical equipment forged by the elves, the precious gems produced by the barren orcs, and many other items that could bring in great profits were the targets of these gold seekers. Honored mages, welcome to the city of Zajoski. I hope you will enjoy your stay in Zajoski and obtain what you need. An official in charge of managing the magical matrix bowed humbly to Han Shuo and the others. Thank you for your kind words. I think we'll be able to reap the rewards we deserve. Fanny nodded at him with a smile and then looked at the necromancy students. She said softly, "This isn't a peaceful place. Everyone be careful and don't make any mistakes. Let's go." Fanny led the way down the main street after she'd spoken. These students were just like Han Shuo, looking around curiously, sizing up the people and things around them. Including the two teachers, Fanny and Jean, as well as the 9 necromancy students in Han Shuo, there were only 12 people in total. Fanny and Jean were both adept necromancers. Fitch hadn't come with them this time because he was advancing to adept mage. The strength of the 9 necromancy students varied. Apart from a journeyman mage called Derek, the rest were all novice mages and apprentices. Some of the buildings along the street were made from hard rocks. Compared to some of the buildings within the Empire, they lacked some of their artistic beauty, but had a few more traces of solemnity and toughness. Because Zajoski often faced attacks from orcs, not only were the walls built to be incredibly sturdy, but even the buildings within the city were built to be sturdy. Along the way, Han Shuo noticed that there were many weapon stores, potion stores, magical item stores, food stores, small taverns for entertainment, slave auctions, and all sorts of trading places. It looked like because of the special geography, the merchants all knew what kind of business was the most profitable. In and out of these places were warriors, knights, mages of different majors, thieves, archers, merchants, poets, and even some slender, sharp-eared, handsome elves who were obviously from the dark forest. The cries of vendors on the street, the low, melodious recitations of poets, the neighing of knights and warhorses, and the sounds of armed combat rose and fell. These scenes completely exceeded Han Shuo's imagination, causing Han Shuo to feel extremely amazed. He also gained a clearer understanding of this chaotic city. There's nothing much to see. We need to leave the city before it gets dark. This isn't a place we should linger in for long. Our next destination is the town of Droll. If we don't get there before dark, we'll have to sleep in the wilderness tonight. Jean called out loudly, urging the students to walk faster. Haha, they're all flowers in a greenhouse. This may be the first time some of them have come to Zajoski City. No wonder they're so curious. They won't be so surprised after they get used to it. Fanny's bright eyes swept over the crowd, and she couldn't help but laugh lightly when she saw that these people were all in high spirits. "Brian, you're carrying so many things, are you all right?" Lisa, who was next to Han Shuo, frowned as she looked at Han Shuo and asked aloud. Lisa, when did you start caring so much about Brian? This isn't like you." Novice Mage Bella looked at Lisa with a bit of astonishment and said oddly. Apart from being responsible for miscellaneous chores, Han Shuo had also taken on the heavy responsibility of hard labor when he came with them. Although there were miraculous space rings that could store items in this world, they were very expensive. Even ordinary nobles would find it difficult to obtain one, not to mention commoners. None of the necromancy teachers and students had been fortunate enough to obtain a space ring. Everyone had brought quite a bit of stuff with them on this trip. As an errand slave, Han Shuo naturally took on the responsibility of carrying the load. Many items were tied to Han Shuo's back, shoulders, wrists, and even his legs. In the beginning, these people hadn't thought that Han Shuo would be able to carry so many things, but when they realized that Han Shuo was still able to walk easily after putting so many items on Han Shuo's body, they were surprised to put even more items on Han Shuo's body. Although Han Shuo could feign ignorance and bear less, in order to train his body, Han Shuo didn't do anything and instead gladly accepted. Han Shuo's body was now covered with all sorts of items, and even a few pockets hung around his neck, only revealing a face covered in dust. "Oh, I'm fine." Han Shuo smiled faintly at Lisa and said lightly. Ever since Han Shuo's sincere and affectionate confession to Lisa in the trap, Lisa's attitude towards Han Shuo had changed greatly. Her words had already begun to defend Han Shuo. Lisa snorted lightly when she saw that Han Shuo didn't appreciate her good intentions and spoke in such a manner. She muttered to herself, "He doesn't know what's good for him. What an idiot. This is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for your agony of the soul, Brian wouldn't have been so crazy. But it's strange that Brian seems to have grown taller and stronger since then." His stamina is so good now as well. Lisa, you're really something. Bella exclaimed softly and said eccentrically. Bella, it's none of your business. Who asked you to speak out of turn? Lisa flicked a glance at Bella and said coldly. Pfft, who cares about your business? I'm just curious. Bella snorted and responded to Lisa. All right. Behave yourselves and hurry out of the city. If we don't reach Droll before nightfall, your delicate bodies will suffer. Fanny frowned and reprimanded softly. She then looked at Han Shua and said gently, Brian, are you really all right? Nodding, Han Shua smiled faintly and said with certainty, I'm fine. My stamina will naturally come back when I eat well. Fanny grinned daintily when she heard Han Shua's words and said, It looks like my request to the school to improve your meals has really worked. The group didn't waste any more words after that, and the students didn't continue to look around either. They all hurried towards the city gates. Chapter 29. When Han Shua's group of 12 arrived at the city gates, they were stunned by the grandeur of Zajowski's city gates. The entire city gates were abnormally vast, built entirely from the sturdiest of rocks. Perhaps it was because the rocks had been stained with too much blood, but the color seemed to have been sprayed with blood into a deep brown. The city walls were dozens of meters tall, and were densely packed with powerful soldiers clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons. All sorts of defensive measures could be seen on the city walls. From afar, the city gates looked like the bloody maw of an enormous magical creature that had bared its fangs and swallowed everything in its path. Sharp, cold barbs, like the sharp teeth of the magical creature's mouth, filled every corner of the city walls. The cold light on the barbs sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, giving off a fierce, intimidating aura. The two enormous black doors, forged from an unknown material, had already been opened. The city gates were incomparably wide, enough for 10 or so people to ride through on horseback side by side. It was quite crowded in front of the gates. Enormous, strange magical creatures with all sorts of materials and people on their backs slowly passed through the gates and made their way out of the city. These magical creatures were enormous, larger than any beast Han Shua had ever seen. They were 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. Their skin was a deep brown and their heads were a bit similar to an elephant's. There were many wrinkles on their faces, and 2 long, curved, pure white teeth protruded from their cheeks. Just the teeth alone were a meter long. This is an earth dragon, a rather docile magical creature. Earth dragons are easily tamed and are slow, but they can carry heavy objects. They are the Empire's primary means of transportation. Merchants use earth dragons to transport heavy objects and conduct trade in various places. Fanny couldn't help but smile as she explained when she saw many students looking at the earth dragons in amazement. Master Fanny, look after them. I'll go register with the officers and borrow a few warhorses. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it to Droll before nightfall on foot. Jean's eyes glittered as he looked at Fanny and he spoke with a smile. His gaze rested on Fanny's beautiful face and didn't move away for even a moment. Everyone in the necromancy major knew of Jean's feelings for Fanny, and Fanny herself was even more aware of it. However, she had never expressed anything about it. Jean wasn't in a hurry either. He seemed to have the idea of using sincerity to move Fanny. He often found opportunities to express his love, and long periods of intense gazing was one of them. Han Shua couldn't help but curse inwardly when he saw Jean's undisguised gaze. In Han Shua's heart, Fanny had long since become his personal property. Someone else was peeking at Fanny in front of him, so he was naturally displeased. However, he was just an odd-job worker now, and his strength wasn't strong enough to display. So, although he was unhappy, he couldn't do anything about it. Go ahead. I'll keep a good eye on them. Fanny was unruffled as she agreed with a light smile. She avoided Jean's fiery gaze and turned her head to look at the magnificent city walls. She sighed with emotion, although I've seen it many times, I feel proud of the Zajowski city gates every time I come back. It's because of the existence of the sturdy Zajowski city gates that the savage orcs have repeatedly returned without achieving anything. Han Shuo was carrying all sorts of items on his back, and his body was almost completely submerged in them. Han Shuo didn't completely stop after everyone had stopped. He bent his legs and stood up straight, his wrists moving up and down as he repeated the boring movements. "Brian, what are you doing?" Amy stood next to Han Shuo and couldn't help but look at Han Shuo in surprise when she saw the piles of items swaying continuously on Han Shuo's body. The others also noticed Han Shuo's movements after Amy's words and also focused their attention on Han Shuo, all of their faces revealing puzzled expressions. "Nothing, my body's a bit sore, I'll feel better if I move a bit," Han Shuo said faintly, his expression simple and honest. He really did look a bit foolish. "Idiot, be careful. The things you're carrying are all very valuable. If you accidentally break them, you won't be able to pay for it even if you sell yourself." Bella frowned and said coldly. "Bella, you're such an idiot. Those things are very sturdy, how could they be broken so easily? No one made him carry anything that was truly precious and easily broken." Lisa cast a disdainful glance at Bella and said sarcastically, "Don't keep arguing, the two of you. You'll encounter some dangers, big or small, every time you go out for training. You should be united, or else there will be problems along the way." Fanny couldn't help but frown when she saw that Lisa and Bella had started arguing again. Han Shuo completely ignored Bella's cold words and continued to repeat the boring movements. These movements weren't left behind from Chu Kanglin's magical yuan, but were muscle training methods that Han Shuo had seen in the past. In order to continuously improve himself and surpass the solid realm, Han Shuo was making the most of his time to train his body. Jean returned empty-handed with an ugly expression after a while. He said angrily when he arrived next to Fanny, "Damn it, they're asking us for money." Fanny frowned when she heard these words and said in surprise, "Our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force is the cradle of the Empire's knights, warriors, and mages. We nurture so many talents for the Empire every year. Even many of the officers and mages stationed in Zajoski are from our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. The Academy has an agreement with Zajoski, how would they dare not lend us their warhorses?" When I said that I was from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, that officer planned on lending us warhorses. When I took out my proof and saw that we were from the Necromancy Major, he actually began to mock and ridicule us. He started demanding 50 gold coins from me, saying that he wouldn't lend us the warhorses if we didn't pay up. He also said that our Necromancy Major hasn't produced any talents for the Empire and that we shouldn't enjoy free treatment. Jean was seething with anger as he spoke. When the students heard his words, they all felt the same hatred for the enemy. They all yelled out angrily, wanting to settle the score with the officer. It looked like the feeling of being looked down upon was quite unpleasant indeed. These students had already felt a bit wronged when they'd entered the declining Necromancy Major. It was naturally difficult to suppress the anger in their hearts now that they were being ignored. "Forget it, take out 50 gold coins from our funds and give it to him. These officers have lived here for a long time. Add to that the fact that our Necromancy Major has indeed declined and our status in the Academy is low, it's inevitable that they'll look down on us. I'll report this matter to the Dean when I return to the Academy. Let's not argue with them for now." Fanny shook her head and spoke a few words of advice with a face full of dejection before speaking to Jean. Jean first disagreed after Fanny's words, saying that they couldn't condone the arrogance of these arrogant soldiers. But after Fanny tactfully spoke a few words of advice, he finally shook his head and sighed lowly. He dejectedly took the 50 gold coins from Fanny's hands and walked towards the corner of the city gates. Han Shuo observed the group and then looked at the dejected Fanny. He couldn't help but focus his gaze on the officer in the distance, thinking that there would be a day when the Necromancy Major would once again regain its former glory in his hands. The name of necromancy would once again strike fear into the hearts of others. Don't be disheartened. No one dared look down on necromancy when it was in its prime. It's just that there was a period of time in the past when necromancy was being squeezed by all the major factions. It's said that there was a great magical war that caused necromancy to suffer heavy casualties. Many shockingly powerful spells were lost, leading to the decline of necromancy. We're exploring the dark forest this time because I've heard that a cemetery of death has been discovered. It's said that the cemetery of death used to be the place where a magus with profound knowledge of necromancy had stayed many years ago. If we can find that cemetery of death and obtain the books on necromancy within, we may be able to change the current situation of our necromancy major. Fanny couldn't help but speak words of comfort when she saw that the students were also dejected. Everyone's expressions shook when they heard Fanny's words. Expressions of joy and surprise appeared on their faces. It looked like they were all prepared to face this time's training properly. Fanny sighed involuntarily in her heart when she saw that everyone was incomparably excited. Although there had been news that the cemetery of death had been discovered, the person who discovered it had died not long after walking out of the cemetery. The dark forest was vast, and wanting to find the cemetery of death within it was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even she herself didn't hold any hope. Not to mention that if such a place had really been discovered, many adventurers would swarm in. When that time came, it would be too unrealistic for the 12 of them to obtain what they needed from the cemetery of death with their strength alone. Fanny was only saying these words to comfort everyone. The main goal this time was to test the students' necromancy magic and help them comprehend magical knowledge in the outside world. Aren't these the necromancy major? Are you also going on an adventure? Hee, why are you all standing here? Just as the necromancy major students were thinking, a delicate voice sounded from afar. They saw the light major student Irene, who they'd seen last time, along with a few other light major teachers and students, as well as the knight Claude, who'd been pursuing her bitterly, gallop over from afar on a tall warhorse. None of your business, be careful not to fall off your horse. Lisa looked disdainfully at Irene and cursed coldly. Hee, I know. You must have not borrowed a warhorse yet. No wonder. Your necromancy major hasn't made any contributions to the Empire at all. Of course it's a bit inappropriate to want to use the Empire's resources for free, thought. Irene giggled, her pure and holy face full of ridicule. Although Lisa and the others were angry, what Lisa said was the truth. They could only grit their teeth and sulk, but couldn't find the words to refute. Hello, Master Fanny. The light major adept Mage Beecher smiled at Fanny from atop his warhorse. You and Beecher, are you also going on an adventure in the dark forest? Fanny returned the greeting with a smile and said faintly. Yes, we plan to go to the dark forest and help the nearby villages kill the magical creatures that often cause trouble. We'll share some of the burden with the Empire and also take the opportunity to train the students' ability to use magic. We'll be leaving first. We'll meet again if we have the chance. Beecher spoke courteously, but Han Shuo could detect a trace of disdain in his eyes. It was as if he was looking down on his group. Jean finally walked over with 6 warhorses after Beecher and the others from the light major had whizzed past on their tall steeds. These warhorses were obviously inferior to the ones the light major students had just used, whether in physical strength or numbers. It looked like even if they'd spent an extra 50 gold coins, the necromancy major still wouldn't be able to receive equal treatment. But the necromancy major had 12 people, but only 6 warhorses. This meant that 2 people would have to share a horse. The students looked at each other and quickly found someone to share a horse with. Only Han Shuo, Fanny, Jean, and Bach hadn't found someone to share a horse with. Bach, you and Brian can share a horse. I'll share a horse with Master Fanny. Jean's eyes spun and his face lit up with delight as he spoke to Bach merrily. No, I absolutely won't share a horse with this dirty errand slave. Bach had a grudge against Han Shuo and immediately cried out in discontent. Everyone knew of Jean's intentions. Now was a good opportunity to get closer to Fanny. He was about to speak angrily when he heard Bach's cry when Fanny suddenly smiled and said, Since Bach isn't willing, then Brian can share a horse with me. Many thanks Master Fanny, I'm coming. Han Shuo was overjoyed and happily walked past Jean, walking quickly towards Fanny. Chapter 30. On the way to the town of Droll, the many items that Han Shuo had previously carried on him were taken off and distributed to the other warhorses. Han Shua sat behind Fanny, and as they moved up and down, Han Shua and Fanny's dainty body would occasionally come into contact. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted into Han Shua's nose and mouth as Fanny's black hair swayed. Fanny sat on the warhorse, her voluptuous waist ramrod straight. Han Shua could see the enchanting curves of her back beneath her mage robes. As the warhorse continued to gallop, the two of them, who had originally been a bit apart, gradually came closer. Eventually, Han Shua's lower abdomen and Fanny's full, round bottom slowly came into contact. As the warhorse galloped at high speed, the two of them weren't steady. Han Shua's lower abdomen was pressed against Fanny's beautiful bottom, and the thin mage robe was unable to obstruct the feeling of ecstasy and beauty. As his lower abdomen and Fanny's full bottom came into contact, Han Shua couldn't help but develop a strong masculine characteristic. When Han Shua's lower body straightened, Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, the sensations of his body weren't something that he could control at all. His erect lower body continuously moved against Fanny's beautiful bottom as the warhorse moved up and down. Wave after wave of intense stimulation came from the point where Han Shua and Fanny's full bottom came into contact, causing Han Shua's heart to stir so much that he almost cried out. Han Shua gazed at Fanny from behind and discovered that at some point, Fanny's pure white neck had already been dyed red, making her look even more tender and alluring. The beautiful Fanny had always been the object of Han Shua's fantasies. Han Shua's body was at the age when it was the most difficult for a man to control his impulses. Add to that the fact that Han Shua was a virgin who didn't know what a woman felt like, the intensity of this stimulation was undoubtedly as violent as lightning striking the earth and fire. It became difficult to control in an instant. It was difficult to control his lustful thoughts once they started, and Han Shua's lustful hands trembled as he slowly reached out to touch Fanny's soft waist. His two hands grabbed onto Fanny's waist, making their lower bodies even more closely connected. Two waves of bone-piercing pain instantly came from the back of Han Shua's hands. When he raised his head in shock, Han Shua immediately saw Fanny's ashamed and angry face. After turning his head, Fanny's dainty face was bright red as she glared hatefully at Han Shua. She growled lowly, "Damn it, control yourself, Brian, or I'll throw you off the horse." But immediately after, Fanny saw that something was wrong with Han Shua. Han Shua's face was flushed red, his body convulsing, and he panted heavily. This state lasted for 5 seconds before Han Shua's entire body suddenly froze and stopped moving. His body returned to normal, and only his mouth was still panting intermittently. Fanny could clearly feel that there was something wet and slippery in the cleft of her buttocks. I'm sorry, Master Fanny, I didn't do it on purpose." Seeing that Fanny looked like she was about to go berserk, Han Shua immediately reacted after venting and mumbled guiltily. However, in his heart, Han Shua continuously savored the ecstasy of venting and wasn't as scared or guilty as he appeared on the surface. Fanny was exasperated. She now understood that at Han Shua's age and that it was indeed inappropriate for the two of them to have physical contact. Han Shua's actions were all instinctive and probably not his original intention. However, Han Shua's actions had actually violated her. Although the two of them hadn't really done anything, as a woman, Fanny was naturally quite aggrieved and angry to have Han Shua venting on her back like this. As an adept mage, if Fanny were to make a move out of humiliation, Han Shua might really not be able to handle it. Add to that the fact that Han Shua still had a good impression of Fanny, and he was truly afraid that Fanny would throw caution to the wind and make a move. Seeing her like this, he really didn't know what to do, and his heart was a bit unsettled for a moment. Just as Han Shua was letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly felt the inner skin of his thighs pinched fiercely. He immediately let out a low scream and heard Fanny's voice in his ear at the same time, "Damned Brian, I'll deal with you later." "Master Fanny, what's going on?" "Brian, what are you screaming about?" Lisa, who was in front, couldn't help but turn her head to ask when she heard Han Shua scream. "No, nothing, he didn't sit properly just now and made a fuss out of fright." Before Brian could speak, Fanny had already rushed to explain. After a moment of silence, the group continued on their way. Half an hour later, Han Shua discovered to his surprise that his lower body was once again erect. When Fanny felt the same, she immediately dropped a distance and reined in the horse, angrily demanding that Han Shua steer the horse. "Master Fanny, I really didn't do it on purpose, and I don't know how to ride a horse." Under Fanny's angry urging, Han Shua helplessly rode on the horse and said with an aggrieved expression, "Shut up and listen to me. I'll teach you how to steer the horse." The two had now switched positions, with Han Shua in front and Fanny in the back. Because of what had happened earlier, Fanny, who had always been gentle and graceful towards Han Shua, no longer had a good temper towards Han Shua and said hatefully. In the beginning, under Fanny's directions, Han Shua couldn't grasp the essentials. The horse continuously pranced, but it didn't know which direction to go and ran wildly in all directions. During this process, the horse constantly neighed and twisted. Han Shua and Fanny's bodies were unsteady, causing Fanny's towering breasts to repeatedly bump into Han Shua's back. Han Shua's mind was like a capricious caper and he was even more unable to focus on steering the horse. After a while of this, Han Shua finally gradually learned how to steer the horse under Fanny's furious cries. Fanny's two hands propped up on Han Shua's back to prevent her full breasts from touching Han Shua's back intimately. She directed Han Shua to determine the direction and make a beeline for the town of Droll. By the time Han Shua and Fanny arrived at the town of Droll, the sky had already darkened and was about to turn dark. Jean and a group of necromancy students were anxiously waiting at the intersection of the street. Jean hurriedly walked out when Han Shua and Fanny appeared and looked at Fanny, asking urgently, "Master Fanny, why did you guys take so long to arrive? I was worried that something had happened to you, I was so worried." "Nothing much, it's just that Brian wanted to try riding the horse on the way, so I taught him a bit. That's why we were delayed." Fanny had already returned to normal when she arrived here. She looked at everyone with a faint smile and said, "Very good, everyone's here. Master Jean, have you found a hotel?" "It's done. As long as we store the warhorses, we can rest. We can set off directly for the dark forest tomorrow morning." Fanny jumped off the horse from behind Han Shua, her body seeming to be quite vigorous. She stretched lazily and Fanny furrowed her brow. "I'm sweaty all over, I'm going to take a shower at the hotel immediately. Brian, after you've stored the warhorse, come to my room at the hotel. I have something to talk to you about." "Understood, Master Fanny." Han Shua agreed with a wry face. He understood that Fanny was definitely looking for him because of his earlier violation. Han Shua felt the stickiness of his lower body and immediately understood why Fanny was in such a hurry to take a shower. A trace of a lewd smile hung on his lips. Under Jean's guidance, Han Shua and the other necromancy students stored the 6 horses and then followed Jean back to the hotel. "Master Jean, the town of Droll is far from the Empire and directly faces the dark forest. There are many strange shops in the town. Let's go for a walk before it's completely dark. We know the hotel anyways, so we can go back in a bit, alright?" Bach suddenly opened his mouth at this moment. The students beside him also had faces full of eagerness and excitement. Judging from their expressions, they seemed to have other motives. "No!" Jean vetoed firmly and then looked at the others with an odd smile. He said in a low voice, "Do you think I don't know what you're planning as a teacher? The town of Droll is also called the town of depravity because of the special circumstances here. The adventurers and merchants who come here face danger at any time, and so they all seek excitement in a drunken stupor. Therefore, the entertainment industry here is renowned throughout the empire. You're absolutely not allowed to take advantage of this opportunity to corrupt me." Indeed, Han Shua carefully looked around after Jean's words and discovered that the sky wasn't dark yet. The wide streets of the town of Droll were already lit up with neon lights on both sides. At the corners of the road, a few young girls with heavy makeup and revealing clothing smiled coquettishly at the passers-by and threw flirtatious glances at them, giving the impression that they were free to feast on them. Jean's words had obviously revealed their true intentions. When they heard Jean's words, they all walked back to the hotel dejectedly and listlessly, sighing and complaining about Jean's heartlessness. After entering the hotel, the students followed Jean's instructions and found their own rooms. Jean looked at Han Shuo and smiled faintly, saying, "Our funds are limited this time, and we paid another 50 gold coins for the warhorse. In order to simplify things, we've arranged for you to stay in the abandoned storeroom. The storeroom is at the back on the left. If you don't have a key, just go straight." After speaking, Jean spread his hands apologetically towards Han Shuo and swaggered off with a smile. After walking a few steps away, Han Shuo heard Jean's quiet snickering and muttering to himself, "A little errand slave like you can ride the same horse as my beautiful Fanny." Humph, the current Han Shuo was no longer the same as before. Within a short distance, Han Shuo's facial features were exceedingly clear and he heard all of Jean's snickering and muttering. He first sneered and cursed lowly, then an evil smile appeared on his face. "When I get my hands on Fanny, I'll see how you cry without tears." Han Shuo thought viciously as he walked directly towards Fanny's room. Chapter 31. Dong dong dong. Han Shuo stood outside Fanny's room and stretched out a hand to knock on the door. "Is it Brian? Come in." Fanny's faint and lazy voice sounded from within the room. When Han Shuo pushed open the door and entered, he saw that Fanny's light purple hair was wet and stuck to her pale neck. There were still some sparkling water droplets hanging from her charming face. Fanny had obviously just taken a bath as her body was wrapped in a soft white robe, revealing a small patch of milky white skin on her chest. She held a towel in her jade hands and was currently wiping the water stains from her beautiful hair. The interior of the room was simple, and there was an open bathroom in the back. Wisps of steam were emitted from the steam, and Fanny sat next to a circular table. Her bright blue eyes rippled as they roamed over Han Shuo's body. "Master Fanny, what business do you have with me?" Han Shuo looked around the room and his heart was stirred by Fanny's alluring beauty. However, his expression remained simple and honest, and even a bit timid. "What is it?" "Humph, you were quite bold on the warhorse today. I've always thought that Brian was a coward, but who would have thought that the things you do when you're lustful are truly impressive?" Fanny sized up Han Shuo, snorted lightly, and said with a frown. "Here it comes," Han Shuo thought to himself as his expression became even more innocent. Han Shuo scratched his head and his face was flushed red from holding back his breath. He then took a deep breath and lowered his head, saying in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Master Fanny. You're so beautiful and you're so close to me. I don't even know what's going on and I can't control my actions at all. I was wrong. Master Fanny, please punish me." "Paw!" Fanny slammed the table with a huff. Han Shuo took 2 steps back in shock and looked at Fanny with a face full of fear and trepidation. "Damn it, you violated me, do you know that?" Fanny glared fiercely at Han Shuo and shouted in a low voice. Nodding his head honestly, Han Shuo said with an honest face, "I was wrong, Master Fanny. I will take responsibility." "Ha! You will take responsibility? How are you going to be responsible? Can you afford it?" When Fanny heard what Han Shuo said, she was so angry that she laughed. She stared at Han Shuo while giggling, but there was no smile on her beautiful face. Then I'll do as you say. I'm at your disposal." Han Shuo was certain that Fanny wouldn't do anything to him. He sighed helplessly and spoke honestly and sincerely. With this, Fanny didn't know how to deal with Han Shuo. In her opinion, Han Shuo really hadn't done it on purpose. Add to that the fact that she was the one who let Han Shuo get on the warhorse, and although that incident had occurred, Han Shuo wasn't guilty of the most heinous crimes. He was just a minor errand slave, so it would be a bit difficult to punish him. Han Shuo's thoughts raced when he saw Fanny's brow furrow slightly. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Master Fanny, didn't you say that I'm your test subject? I felt that something's not right with my body recently, and there's something strange going on in my head as well. I heard Lisa recite the bone arrow incantation 2 days ago, and when I tried to recite it, I actually managed to cast the bone arrow magic." Fanny was frowning in thought when she heard these words. She immediately looked at Han Shuo with pleasant surprise and said excitedly, "Really? Is what you said true? Can you test the bone arrow magic for me? Han Shuo knew that Fanny was obsessed with necromancy magic and was quite curious about the condition of his body. Han Shuo also understood that he couldn't remain an errand slave in the academy forever, so he could make use of this opportunity to slowly change his image in Fanny's eyes. As expected, when Fanny heard of the abnormalities in his body, she immediately forgot about how to deal with him earlier and placed all of her attention on this matter for the time being. Of course. Han Shuo smiled faintly and raised his two hands, chanting lowly, "Endless darkness, transform into the bone arrow of destruction. With my will, destroy everything in front of me." Bone arrow. When the incantation was completed, a sharp bone arrow suddenly appeared in the air in front of Han Shuo. The bone arrow followed Han Shuo's hand gesture and flew towards the wooden wall on the side. However, the bone arrow first wavered in the air before finally exploding with a pop. No, although the incantation is correct, the hand gesture you used to cast the spell isn't correct at all. When you raise your right hand, you should slowly point it into the air. Your left hand shouldn't be in sync with your right hand. Fanny first gave instructions out of habit, then suddenly reacted and exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Han Shuo with a face full of shock, her body trembling with excitement as she cried out involuntarily, "Oh my gosh, you're really able to cast necromancy magic." Yes, I don't know what's going on either." "Oh right, Master Fanny, can you explain the correct hand gesture for casting magic to me in detail?" Han Shuo laughed inwardly and asked Fanny with a face full of confusion. "Of course I can." Fanny was truly excited. She carelessly threw the towel in her hand to the side and moved her slender legs quickly. She arrived at Han Shuo's side and began to explain in detail to Han Shuo. Like this, isn't it like this? Raise your hand a bit higher and focus your mental strength. Don't relax at all. Oh right, that's the hand gesture. Slow down a bit with your left hand. Cast it again for me to see. Oh, endless darkness, transform into the bone arrow of destruction. With my will, destroy everything in front of me. Bone arrow. Han Shuo recited the incantation and this time, the direction of the bone arrow was completely correct after it appeared. However, when it was about to reach the wooden wall, it suddenly exploded again. Brian, mental strength, pay attention to your mental strength. You can't relax your mental strength at all. You have to wait until the bone arrow is completely successful before you can completely relax. Otherwise, the bone arrow will explode midway. Try again. Oh, endless darkness, transform into the bone arrow of destruction. With my will, destroy everything in front of me. Bone arrow. As soon as the incantation was completed, the bone arrow was as fast as lightning. It didn't change its direction at all and flew straight towards the wooden wall. Pooh! The bone arrow pierced through the wooden wall and disappeared without a trace. Oh, heavens! Brian, you're a genius, you're definitely a genius in magic. I only guided you twice and you were able to successfully cast this bone arrow spell. Ordinary students would need 1 to 3 months to completely master this spell. You're too incredible. Fanny was completely stupefied by Han Shuo's actions. She made a big fuss and gesticulated with joy, looking extremely excited. Damn it, who's randomly casting magic and almost hit me? Brian, Master Fanny, Brian, why are you in Master Fanny's room? Suddenly, Lisa's cry of surprise came from next door. Lisa's eye peeked over from the broken hole and she cried out in surprise. It's nothing. I'm going to find Brian to practice the bone arrow spell. Lisa, go to bed early, I won't disturb you anymore. Fanny hurried to the broken hole and spoke with a charming smile. She didn't wait for Lisa to speak again and picked up the towel she'd thrown away just now, blocking the hole. Turning to look at Han Shuo in surprise, Fanny walked quickly towards Han Shuo and said, "Stand there and don't move. Let me take a look at your body and see what's going on." All right. Han Shuo smiled and responded faintly. He thought to himself that he'd only spent 10 days or so to completely grasp the bone arrow spell. According to Fanny's words, perhaps he really did have the talent to train in magic. What's that strange smell? Fanny walked to Han Shua's side and was about to take a look at Han Shua's body when her straight nose suddenly wrinkled and she asked in confusion. Han Shua started and then abruptly reacted. He looked awkwardly at his lower body and said with a wry expression, "There's no bathroom in my room and I didn't shower. That's why there's a lingering smell." Fanny's beautiful face flushed red when she heard these words. She glared fiercely at Han Shua and cursed lowly, "Pervert." She then pointed at the open bathroom in her room and frowned, urging, "The water is still warm, hurry up and wash your filthy thing." It really was pervert. Han Shua could feel that there were still traces of sticky liquid flowing uncontrollably from the seams of his lower body. Fanny's words were exactly what Han Shua wanted. It was indeed uncomfortable to feel sticky down there, so he immediately walked merrily to the bathroom that Fanny had just bathed in. There was a simple and crude ring-shaped pool in the bathroom, and steam rose from the warm water in the pool. There were a few pieces of Fanny's sexy lingerie on the shelf to the side. Han Shua only took a glance at the few silk pieces that were as thin as a cicada's wing and felt a ball of fire suddenly rise from his lower body. Just as Han Shua's fiery gaze was staring blankly at the sexy lingerie Fanny had changed out of, Fanny suddenly rushed in from outside and put away the lingerie with a face full of embarrassment. When she turned around and saw the fiery look in Han Shua's eyes, she couldn't help but spit softly and curse lowly, "Damn it." She viciously pinched Han Shua's back before leaving in a flurry of footsteps. He took off his clothes and lay in the ring-shaped pool, smelling the delicate fragrance that Fanny had left in the bathroom and feeling the water that Fanny had used. Han Shua felt that this moment was indescribably wonderful and he simply didn't want to leave. Han Shua took a long time to take this bath. It wasn't until Fanny urged him several times that he casually washed his underwear and walked out of the bathroom clutching his underwear. "It's getting late, I won't check your body anymore. Hurry up and leave." After Han Shua walked out, Fanny acted as if nothing had happened and pretended to be calm as she spoke faintly. Nodding his head, Han Shua had a silly smile on his face as he happily walked out the door. Just as Han Shua was about to leave, Fanny suddenly called out softly, "Brian." Turning his head to look at Fanny in confusion, Han Shua scratched his head and asked naively, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just that you don't look like a crazy person." Fanny sized up Han Shua and said strangely, "Sometimes I have a headache, I don't know why, but when I'm not stimulated, everything is normal." Han Shua's heart skipped a beat. After answering, he quickly left Fanny's room with a guilty conscience. Chapter 32. Within the warehouse of the hotel, Han Shua didn't immediately rest, but continued to practice his magical yuan as usual. The magical yuan within his body followed the path of magical yuan circulation, silently circulating through every meridian, skin, flesh, tendons, and bone under the control of Han Shua's mind. Han Shua could clearly feel that after such a long period of practice, both his physical strength and sensory abilities had greatly improved. Han Shua persistently attacked the last bottleneck according to the mantra of the mystical glacial spell fire. The magical yuan flowed to the palms of his hands, repeatedly attempting to clear the bones, tendons, and meridians of his 5 fingers. Pain continuously radiated from the bones, tendons, and meridians of his 5 fingers. Han Shua's hands spasmed and trembled as 2 faint lights, one red and one purple, radiated from the back of his hands and the center of his palms, like 2 weak lanterns. The pain grew more and more intense as Han Shua clenched his teeth and held on. He knew that this was a sign that the mystical glacial spell fire had reached a critical stage. Whether or not he could clear all the tendons and meridians in his hands and successfully master the mystical glacial spell fire would depend on whether or not his willpower could hold on. The process of the magical yuan attacking the bones in his 5 fingers persisted for a long time. Han Shua sat cross-legged, sweat pouring from his body like rain, the veins on his forehead pulsing. His originally peaceful expression now looked a bit sinister, giving off an incomparably evil feeling. After an unknown amount of time, just as Han Shua felt that he was about to faint from the pain, He could no longer suppress the unforgettable pain in his hands. He couldn't help but let out a low roar and flung his hands out unconsciously. Pa pa pa, 10 crisp sounds rang out from his 10 fingers in succession. Han Shuo felt a bit exhausted from head to toe, but the magical yuan flowing to his fingers was finally unimpeded. 10 purplish-red flames danced on the fingertips of his 10 hands in an instant. 10 purplish-red flames shone with breathtaking beauty in the dark storeroom. They were like beautiful flowers that had suddenly bloomed, giving people a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. His palms, along with his 5 fingers, were dyed purplish-red. The bone patterns on his palms were abnormally clear, and even his skin and flesh shone with a crystalline luster. It was extremely strange. Overjoyed, Han Shuo couldn't help but let out a low growl. He looked left and right before slowly withdrawing the magical yuan that had flowed into his palms to his abdomen. Without the continuous influx of magical yuan, Han Shuo's hands gradually returned to normal. The 10 blooming flames also disappeared without a trace. Success. This was the result of successfully cultivating the mystical glacial spell fire. Although he was still unable to fully deploy the greatest power of the mystical glacial spell fire due to his weak magical yuan, based on his current accomplishments, Han Shuo was no longer an ordinary person without the ability to protect himself. The red flames of the mystical glacial spellfire burned everything, while the purple flames were bone-chillingly cold. If an ordinary person were to be touched by it, their internal organs would be burnt to a crisp, or frozen into ice. There would be no hope of survival. When the magical yuan was strong enough, an even more ferocious and enormous purplish-red flame could be condensed in the palm of his hand and unleash a terrifying power. After successfully cultivating the mystical glacial spellfire, Han Shuo's body was drowned in a strong sense of exhaustion, and he fell into a deep sleep after a while. The next day, early morning. Under Fanny's lead, a group of 12 gathered at the entrance to the town of Droll. They gathered some food and water from the town of Droll, and all of these items landed on Han Shuo's body in the end. What were you doing in Master Fanny's room last night? Lisa hung a leather bag of water on Han Shuo's body as she approached Han Shuo and asked in a low voice. It looked like Fanny hadn't told anyone about last night's events. Han Shuo glanced at Fanny from afar and discovered that Fanny was busily giving instructions to the students. He said to Lisa in a low voice, "Nothing much, Master Fanny just wanted to test some necromancy magic and used me as a test subject." "Ha, don't lie to me. Even if Master Fanny wanted you to test her magic, she wouldn't test the bone arrow spell. This spell is something that only magic apprentices need to grasp. With Fanny's strength as an adept mage, would she test this spell?" Lisa snorted delicately and looked warily at Han Shuo. Master Fanny was testing the bone arrow spell. It's just that each spell is divided into 5 levels. She just wanted to see what level she could use the bone arrow spell with her strength. You can ask Master Fanny if you don't believe me. Ever since Han Shuo had lied to Lisa, Lisa's attitude towards Han Shuo had indeed changed dramatically. However, women were like this. Even if they didn't like you, as long as they knew that you adored them, they would treat you as their personal property. If you had any ambiguous relationships with others, she would be the first to feel uncomfortable. Lisa was the same. Although Lisa wouldn't have any thoughts towards Han Shuo, after she understood Han Shuo's feelings, she naturally thought that Han Shuo should love her and only her until death, and shouldn't have any dealings with Fanny. Han Shuo had heard people say this before, and it seemed that there was some truth to it now. "Forget it, you wouldn't dare lie to me anyway." Lisa looked at Fanny from afar and spoke lightly to Han Shuo, then left Han Shuo's side. "Brian, let's go. The dark forest is lush with trees and shrubs, and the paths are uneven. We can't ride horses anymore, we can only enter on foot. You're carrying too many resources on you, you can't fall behind because there are many fierce magical creatures in the dark forest. It'd be terrible if you fall behind and are killed by them." Fanny looked at Han Shuo from afar and called out loudly. After yesterday's events, Fanny's attitude towards Han Shuo had changed imperceptibly. Now, Fanny seemed to favor Han Shuo even more, but her original gentle attitude towards Han Shuo no longer existed. She was a bit irritated and rude. I'm coming, I'm coming. Han Shuo had taken great advantage of Fanny yesterday, and she'd even seen his disgraceful behavior in her bathroom. It was only natural that Fanny would no longer be amiable. As long as Fanny slowly changed her attitude now, it would be a kind of progress. The town of Droll was abnormally busy during the day. All sorts of stores had opened early in the morning, and merchants and adventurers with sloppy eyes and disheveled clothing walked out from the nearby streets and alleys. These people had all started preparing for work after a night of debauchery. The merchants and adventurers gathered in groups of 3 to 5, carrying their belongings and setting out from the entrance of the town of Droll into the dark forest. They either went to the dark forest to capture magical creatures, or traded for resources with some of the rarer races in the dark forest. Under Fanny's incessant urging, Han Shuo's group of 12 packed up their belongings and followed Fanny and Jean's footsteps into the dark forest. The dark forest was vast and boundless. Not only were there all sorts of savage magical creatures within, but there were also some rare races. Elves, dwarves, goblins, and barbarians were the main races within the dark forest. However, even these races usually lived in the outer layers of the dark forest. The true inner layer of the dark forest was filled with all sorts of mysteries and dangers. Some of the largest and most terrifyingly powerful magical beasts lived in the inner layer of the dark forest. That was the most mysterious and attractive place in the dark forest. Although it was rumored that there were enormous treasures and precious items there, very few people dared to enter. Those who could enter and come out alive were even rarer. Follow me, we'll head south. Fanny called out loudly when they'd entered the dark forest and started leading the group in a different direction, heading directly south of the dark forest. The paths within the dark forest were indeed rugged. All sorts of hard rocks could be seen everywhere, and some towering trees more than 10 meters tall with lush foliage could be seen everywhere. Some weak and docile magical creatures on the way smartly hid when they saw strangers. In the beginning, there were many merchants and adventurers heading south as well, but as time progressed, they all identified their own directions and left. They'd all disappeared after a while, and no one knew where they'd gone. Suddenly, a few hurried footsteps fell into Han Shuo's ears. Han Shuo started and listened carefully. He couldn't help but say, "There's a sound approaching, it doesn't seem to be the footsteps of humans." "Brian, you're an errand slave. How can you hear danger?" "What a joke." Bach was the first to laugh loudly and mock Han Shuo. Ever since Han Shuo had started practicing magical yuan, his senses had become much clearer than before, and he had ample confidence in his ears. The sounds of rapid approach and the soft footsteps weren't something that a two-legged human could make, and it sounded like there was more than one of them. Han Shuo had understood the dangers of the dark forest from Fanny and the others, so he'd spoken up to warn them. However, Han Shuo didn't continue to argue when he realized that his words hadn't attracted the attention of the others. The group continued walking south slowly, but Fanny was the first to frown after 2 minutes. She exclaimed in surprise and said, "There are magical creatures approaching. Everyone put down your things and prepare for battle. We're only at the outermost perimeter of the dark forest and shouldn't be particularly strong magical creatures, so don't worry too much." The students all started when Fanny's words left her mouth. They looked askance at Han Shuo and hurriedly put down the things on their backs, forming a ring of defense. Chapter 33. Suddenly, 5 cat-like magical beasts with 3 heads, spikes on their tails, and pupils that shone with yellow light rushed out from the surroundings. "Don't worry too much, these are just barbed-tail cats. Everyone hurry up and attack. Let me test the effects of your necromancy magic." Fanny breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the magical creatures appear and called out daintily. As soon as Fanny's words fell, bone arrows rapidly took shape in the air as the students chanted their spells. Following the students' instructions, the bone arrows whooshed towards the 5 barbed-tailed cats. Although the 5 barbed-tailed cats were very fast, 3 of them were still hit by the bone arrows. Blood instantly blossomed on their brown skin, and their speed was immediately affected. But 2 of the first to rush over actually dodged the students' bone arrows and charged straight towards them. The students released the bone arrows in their panic, but they either deviated too far or exploded midway. They repeatedly made mistakes in their haste. The two barbed-tailed cats were one on the left and one on the right. Fanny suddenly made her move when the one on the left was about to reach the defensive perimeter. She deployed the same bone arrow spell in her hands, and 3 bone arrows suddenly appeared in the air, landing accurately on the barbed-tailed cat's 3 heads. 3 shrill, strange cries emitted from the barbed-tailed cat's 3 heads. It didn't dare charge forward anymore, and instead hurriedly retreated in fear. The other barbed-tailed cat was charging in Han Shua's direction and had set its sights on Han Shua. The students had been too anxious and had made a series of mistakes with their bone arrow magic. They hadn't been able to obstruct the barbed-tailed cat at all. Jean had been so focused on Fanny that he'd momentarily forgotten about the threat on the right. He only reacted when Fanny had forced the barbed-tailed cat back. But it was already a bit too late. The barbed-tailed cat had charged directly in front of Han Shua, and its 3 fanged heads and sharp claws attacked viciously at Han Shua. "Watch out, Brian!" Fanny and Lisa cried out at the same time. Han Shua's expression was calm when he saw that the barbed-tailed cat was already within reach. He didn't panic at all, and the corners of his mouth even curved up in a cold, harsh smile. When the cat's claws and teeth were already in front of him, Han Shua suddenly made a move with lightning speed. He waved his left hand, and the hard wooden sticks that he'd used as the tent support blocked the barbed-tailed cat's claws. Immediately after, Han Shua's empty right hand suddenly stabbed out. From afar, everyone saw that a bright red line seemed to streak through the air. Then, they saw Han Shua's right hand land on the barbed-tailed cat's lower abdomen, pausing for a moment before suddenly withdrawing it. At the same time, the 2 bone arrows that Jean had used to rescue finally landed on the barbed-tailed cat's body, belatedly. 3 strange, mournful cries suddenly came from the barbed-tailed cat's 3 heads. Then, with a thud, the barbed-tailed cat fell powerlessly to the ground, never to move again. As the barbed-tailed cat collapsed powerlessly, the 4 injured barbed-tailed cats beside it seemed to be frightened. They screamed and hurriedly fled, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Master Jean's bone arrows are so powerful, they killed the barbed-tailed cat in one go. The bone arrows that Master Fanny and I shot at the barbed-tailed cat only injured it, they didn't have such great power. Amy exclaimed lightly and looked at Jean in surprise. The others also found it odd after Amy's words, and even Fanny looked at Jean in surprise. She said with some confusion, "The bone arrow spell is only the most basic attack spell. It's quite incredible that you could use this spell to kill a barbed-tailed cat in one go." Jean's expression was also a bit odd at the start, and he seemed to be equally bewildered and puzzled. But after Fanny's words, Jean immediately revealed an exceedingly confident smile and nodded faintly at everyone, as if acknowledging the strength of his attack spell. "Brian, when you hit the barbed-tailed cat with your right hand just now, why did I seem to see a red line streak through the air? What's going on? Although Master Jean killed the barbed-tailed cat, it seems that it was because of your hit that the cat became unsteady, is that right?" Lisa had been paying attention to Han Shua's side all this time. She thought for a moment and felt that it was a bit odd. Lisa, don't let your imagination run wild. Brian did hit the barbed-tailed cat, but his hit didn't have any effect at all. What harm could an errand slave like him do to the barbed-tailed cat? Bach looked disdainfully at Han Shua and spoke mockingly. Han Shua smiled dumbly and didn't say much. However, some of the other students also looked at Han Shua with some confusion when they saw what had just happened. But afterwards, they all assumed that Han Shua hadn't played any role, and that the barbed-tailed cat's tragic death was entirely caused by Jean. After all, in their hearts, Han Shua was just an errand slave that could be bullied at will. How could an errand slave have such great strength and methods? All right, let's get out of here. The barbed-tailed cat is a magical creature that bullies the weak and fears the strong. However, these magical creatures live in groups, and if they find help, it will bring some trouble. This kind of low-level magical creature has no magical core and its flesh isn't worth much. Let's ignore it and leave this place as soon as possible. Fanny didn't seem to pay much attention to Jean after a moment of surprise. She called out to the others to pick up the things they had put down and hurried on their way. This made Jean quite disappointed. He had thought that Fanny would look at him in a different light. The group of 12 packed up their things again under Fanny's orders and continued on their way south. Han Shuo was the last to leave. He had a strange smile on his face as he looked at the 2 wounds that Jean's bone arrows had struck the barbed-tail cat. At this moment, 2 charred smells slowly emanated from the 2 wounds. From the wounds, one could see that the barbed-tail cat's flesh had already been charred black. The barbed-tail cat's death had been caused by the red spell fire of the mystical glacial spell fire that Han Shuo had injected into its body with his right hand. It had nothing to do with Jean at all. He looked at his right hand and circulated his magical yuan. A fiery red spell fire suddenly blossomed from the tip of his middle finger. Han Shuo exclaimed in admiration at the terrifying power of the mystical glacial spell fire as he looked at the fiery red spell fire. He chuckled lightly and quickly caught up to Fanny and the others. It was night, and the bright moonlight passed through the lush foliage of the large trees and sprinkled onto every corner of the dark forest. Some unknown insects crooned lowly, bringing a few cheerful sounds to the quiet forest. The bonfire was bright red, causing a warm air to spread out in the somewhat cool night. Han Shuo picked up a few wooden sticks that were hung with fresh meat and continuously stirred them above the hot bonfire. As some condiments were sprinkled onto the red and glossy roasted meat, waves of tempting meat fragrance wafted into the necromancy major students' noses and mouths. "It smells so good. Brian, who would have thought that you knew how to make this?" Lisa wrinkled her cute, straight nose as her eyes landed on the glossy meat that Han Shuo had picked up. She exclaimed in surprise. "Your performance against the barbed-tail cat today was truly too disappointing. You couldn't even properly deploy the most basic bone arrow magic when you panicked. This won't do. And you, Master Jean, although the attack power of your bone arrow at the end was amazing, you were too careless earlier. If it wasn't for Brian's early vigilance, he would have been injured by the barbed-tail cat." The students gathered around the bonfire. Fanny's brows furrowed slightly as she loudly admonished the crowd. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with the performance of the students and Jean today. The students all had faces full of subservience and seemed to be listening very attentively. However, their gazes would wander to Han Shuo's roasted meat from time to time, and the sounds of saliva being swallowed could be heard from some of their mouths. Han Shuo had been a full-time otaku in the past, and he usually took care of his own food and drinks. His culinary skills were very effective. The development of food in this world was far from that of Han Shuo's era. Now that he had displayed a little of his cooking skills, it immediately made these people salivate. Han Shuo involuntarily sized up Fanny as he listened to Fanny's admonishment. He was startled by Fanny's imposing manner and thought to himself that Fanny was the true person in charge of this operation. Within the necromancy major, it seemed that even Jean, as a teacher, had a lower position than her. It was no wonder that Jean was a bit afraid of Fanny. It looked like it wasn't as simple as Jean's undying love for Fanny. "Alright, that's all for now. We'll encounter even more danger later on, so I hope you won't be so careless again. Let's start eating the roasted meat." Fanny lectured everyone for a while, and she herself couldn't stand the aroma of Han Shuo's roasted meat any longer. She'd walked the entire day today, and had only eaten simple bread and water before. Now that there was suddenly such a delicacy, her stomach was the first to react. "Master Fanny, this is yours. Lisa, this is yours. Bella, Bach, Jean, these are yours." Han Shuo had a strange smile on his face as he distributed the roasted meat to everyone. "Boo! Brian, you're really something. This roasted meat is really delicious." Fanny even licked her red lips after eating a piece, and praised continuously. Her beauty that stirred one's imagination caused Han Shuo's heart to flutter. "Not bad, it's too delicious. Brian really does have some skill." Lisa was also full of smiles as she exclaimed in admiration. She'd already finished more than half of the large piece of roasted meat in the blink of an eye. "What rotten meat! It's so disgusting, it's not even cooked. Boo-hoo, it's really disgusting, there's no taste at all. Damned Brian, you're doing this on purpose, this meat is still raw. Bach, Jean, Bella, and a few others who held grudges against Han Shua all cursed the disgusting taste after taking a few bites. Han Shua had an innocent expression on his face as he smiled foolishly. Some might really not be cooked yet. I'm sorry, your luck is a bit bad. Chapter 34. Han Shua's group of 12 walked for a full 8 days as they headed south. The magical beasts they encountered along the way became stronger and stronger. There was a unicorn-horned bull magical beast, a giant lizard magical beast, a magical wolf that could release wind blades, and an eagle that could spit out frost. The group had been able to deal with them calmly before, but after a day of danger, they could clearly feel the increasing pressure. In the beginning, everyone had been eating the food they had brought with them, but when they ran out of food, they would just cut up and roast the magical beasts they had hunted. These magical beasts were becoming more and more ferocious, but not all of their meat was delicious. For example, the lizard magical beast's meat had a strange odor and was hard to swallow. However, the more powerful a magical beast was, the more valuable the items on its body would be. Especially magical beasts that could release simple magic, their bodies would have magical beast cores. These magical beast cores were very precious, and depending on the level, they could be sold for a very high price. The group's gains were not ordinary. In the past few days, they had obtained a total of 4 magical beast cores, 3 from the Windblade Wolf, and 1 from the Frost Eagle. Magical beast cores were divided into 6 levels according to their level. Level 6 cores were the cheapest, and level 1 was the most valuable. It was very rare to see one. These magical beast cores could be made into some powerful magical weapons that could amplify the power of a mage's magic. There were also some that could increase a mage's mental strength, so they were very valuable. The Windblade Wolf core was a level 5 core, and the market price was about 20 gold coins. The Frost Eagle core was a level 4 core, and the market price was about 150 gold coins. Just based on the magical beast cores they had obtained, even after deducting the 50 gold coins needed to borrow the warhorses, they had already made a profit. Not to mention that apart from the cores, the flesh on these magical beasts was also valuable. The fur of the Windblade Wolf and the unicorn-horned bull's horn were all very valuable items. The value of all these items added together had far exceeded Fanny and Jean's expectations. After these few days of training, everyone has improved quite a bit. We are no longer so flustered when facing magical beasts. This is the most important thing in a real battle. Also, our luck isn't bad. This time, we've gained a lot from this training expedition. It's better than our previous harvests. When we return to the academy, we'll sell these things and distribute the gold coins to everyone. Fanny was in a good mood. Her dainty face carried a satisfied smile as she spoke to the students in a gentle voice. Along the way, Han Shua had been coldly observing everything around him. Han Shua had clearly seen how the inexperienced students had turned from panic to calmness in the face of the magical beasts training. Han Shua's 5 senses had become clearer than everyone else's due to his cultivation of demonic arts. In the subsequent operation, Han Shua's early warning also accounted for much of the credit. No one could figure out how Han Shua had such sensitive 5 senses. Fanny had also carefully examined Han Shua's body over the past few days, but had naturally come up empty-handed. Fanny was a bit dispirited and puzzled, but couldn't think of any good ideas. In the end, she could only say that when they returned to the academy, they would use some of the academy's magical equipment to give Han Shua a detailed examination. The days of advance warning and the delicious cooking of roasted meat had caused Han Shua's status to unwittingly rise a few notches in this training mission. Bach, Bella, and the others were still extremely unfriendly towards Han Shua due to their bad luck of eating some food that was difficult to swallow. Some of the other students had already stopped bossing Han Shua around. Some of the more picky students had even started trying to get along with Han Shua in order to eat better food. Master Fanny, when can we get to the cemetery of death? Lisa immediately asked after hearing Fanny's words. Fanny's brow furrowed when she heard these words. She was silent for a moment and then sighed softly. I've only heard that the cemetery of death has been discovered in the southern depths of the dark forest, but I'm not too sure where it is exactly. Actually, the main purpose of coming to the dark forest this time is for you to be able to properly cast your necromancy magic without panic in the face of danger. According to your current results, you've all basically met the requirements. I don't know where the cemetery of death is at all, but you should all feel that the magical creatures we've encountered are becoming stronger and stronger. If it wasn't for Brian's early warning, I think some of us would have been injured long ago. But even so, when we encountered the frost eagles yesterday, it was a close shave. If we continue to head south, I'm afraid that not only will some of us be injured, some of us might even die. So, I think it's time for us to return. The students were all a bit dazed when they heard Fanny's words. Jean nodded and said, "Indeed, we're only here to train. We can't be sure of the cemetery of death, nor do we know if it really exists. It's normal that we didn't encounter it. Everyone has personally experienced the situation yesterday. If we go further south, I think everyone's lives will be in danger. We've already reaped great rewards from this expedition, there's no need for us to continue taking risks." Since the two teachers had spoken thus, some of the more cowardly students thought of the dangers of the past 2 days and couldn't help but nod in agreement. They all said, "All right, then let's return to the academy. The danger has been increasing lately." "Bach, you're a coward. How can there be great rewards without danger? If it wasn't for the danger yesterday, how could we have obtained the Frost Eagle's core? We should continue heading south. Perhaps we'll be able to obtain even more valuable things. This way, when we return to the academy, the other majors won't dare look down on our necromancy major." Lisa glared disdainfully at Bach, who'd spoken up earlier, and raised her head to mock him. She then turned her head to look at Han Shua, who was minding his own business as he roasted meat. She said, "Brian, don't you agree? Han Shua originally shouldn't be the center of attention, but because of Han Shua's performance over the past few days, all the students actually looked at Han Shua after hearing Lisa's words. Even Fanny and Jean did the same, as if Han Shua's decision was very important. Han Shua couldn't help but be speechless. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled honestly and said, "Taking risks is a must. Since everyone isn't injured yet, why don't we walk a bit more? Who knows, maybe there'll be even more rewards." Fanny looked oddly at Han Shua and actually nodded after a moment of silence. She said delicately, "All right, since this is the case, then let's walk a bit more. We'll head back the way we came when someone is injured. Come, everyone can eat." Han Shua laughed lightly and called out. Lisa, Fanny, and the others were the first to happily rush over and grab the 2 largest pieces of meat that Han Shua had handed over without a care for their manners. Deep into the night, the cool moonlight shone upon the dark forest. Some students were already fast asleep in a few crude tents, while a few others held back their drowsiness and shouldered the heavy responsibility of keeping watch. Han Shua left by himself amidst the silence and slowly distanced himself from the students' tents, moving stealthily in the shadows of the towering trees. Han Shua's not-so-muscular body was as nimble and swift as a cheetah in the crevices of the tree's shade, weaving through the trees with extreme ease. Han Shua was far away from Fanny and the others' tents in the blink of an eye, heading south. Han Shua's body abruptly stopped and he raised his hands, chanting the incantation for summoning skeletons, fallen warriors of the dead, heed the Dark Herald's call and reveal your existence. As soon as the incantation was finished, a dark, thin, and small little skull suddenly appeared in the air, bone dagger in hand. The little skull's bones seemed to be even tighter and shinier now, completely blending in with the night like an elf in the dark. As Han Shua moved quickly, the little skull's leg bones continuously bent and bounced, but no longer made soft creaking sounds. The 7 bone spurs on his back flapped, causing the little skull to seem as if he was gliding through the air, weaving through the dark forest side by side with Han Shua. 2 windblade wolves suddenly appeared in front of the man and skeleton. These 2 windblade wolves were tearing at the corpse of a magical creature in the shape of a wild boar. One of the Windblade wolves seemed to sense movement as its pointy ears suddenly perked up and its green eyes darted left and right. A bone dagger glinted with a faint, sharp, cold light as it suddenly appeared in the night. The bone dagger drew a wondrous arc in the air and abruptly stabbed towards the Windblade wolf that had raised its head and was on guard. At the same time, an agile figure suddenly rushed out from the dark shadows of the trees and dashed towards the other Windblade wolf at high speed. A faint purple light suddenly appeared in the dark night sky, appearing so beautiful and enchanting. Two mournful howls sounded out from the mouths of the two Windblade wolves. The two savage and bloodthirsty Windblade wolves were both killed before they could even react. One of the wolves died instantly after its skull was pierced through by the bone dagger, while the other fell to the ground stiffly, emitting a cold air continuously from its body. Ha ha, another 2 level 5 magical cores. Han Shuo smiled and muttered to himself after he withdrew his hand. On the other side, Little Skull had already started using the bone dagger to cut off the valuable fur of the Windblade wolves. Judging from his practiced movements, it was obvious that this wasn't his first time doing this. Chapter 35. During the past few nights, Han Shuo had been moving alone, using his keen senses to hunt down the magical creatures in the vicinity. One man and one skeleton, with their tacit cooperation, had become successful in hunting. So far, they had harvested a total of 4 level 5 magical beast crystal cores, along with some valuable furs and horns. Not only did Han Shuo try to deploy magical yuan in the process of hunting the magical creatures, but he also repeatedly practiced the bone spur magic that he'd mastered. Every time, he was able to combine long-range and close-range attacks with wondrous results. Han Shuo had never encountered the panic and nervousness that the students displayed when facing a magical creature for the first time. He was just as calm from beginning to end, even numb and callous. Even Han Shuo himself didn't know why he didn't have these negative emotions in the process. He could even vaguely feel that there was excitement and anticipation in the depths of his heart during the process of hunting the magical creatures, as if he was enjoying the process immensely. I'm not a good person after all. Han Shuo thought self-deprecatingly as he accepted the magical creature cores and the Windblade wolf fur from the little skull's hands. He patted the little skull's glossy black skull and smiled, "Let's go, we can go back now." The little skull grasped the bone dagger in his hand, his empty eyes devoid of any emotion as he followed behind Han Shuo, quickly returning the way they'd come. Han Shuo chanted an incantation midway and sent the little skull back to the other dimension. Seeing that they were about to return to the tent, Han Shuo couldn't help but slow down his footsteps, moving unhurriedly through the shadows of the trees. It was now the latter half of the night, and the sentries outside the tent had been replaced by Fanny, Lisa, and Amy. Lisa and Amy's eyes were half closed and they looked drowsy. It was obvious that they were taking advantage of the opportunity to slack off and didn't shoulder their responsibilities at all. Fortunately, Fanny understood the importance of being a sentry. Her pair of bright eyes constantly patrolled the surroundings. When Han Shuo's light footsteps approached, Fanny immediately cast her vigilant gaze in the direction that Han Shuo had come from. With her magic staff in hand, Fanny furrowed her brow, her delicate face full of vigilance. She gradually approached the direction Han Shuo had come from and softly called out, "Who is it?" "Teacher Fanny, it's me." Han Shuo said softly to Fanny as he slowly walked out from the shade of the tree. "I knew it would be you. I went to look for you just now and found that there was no one in your tent. Where did you run off to in the middle of the night?" Fanny's eyes focused on Han Shuo as she asked, full of confusion. "It's nothing, I'm just looking for a secluded place to train my magic. After I asked you about the bone arrow magic last time, I took advantage of the night to find a secluded place to train. I think that only repeated training can guarantee that I won't make any mistakes." Han Shuo scratched his head and explained in a soft and honest voice. "Brian, it's good that you're so hardworking. I'll explain this matter to the school authorities after you've grasped a bit of magic. This way, you can immediately be relieved of your errand boy status and perhaps even enjoy the same treatment as the students." Fanny looked at Han Shuo and thought for a moment. "Oh, I was sold to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Could it be that I can be relieved of my status as an errand boy and slave just because I know magic? Han Shuo was startled and asked. Nodding, Fanny said with certainty, there has never been a mage who has been an errand boy or slave. Mages are a class above all others in the entire profound continent. Even though our necromancy major has declined, if you can prove that you know how to use necromancy magic, your status will immediately change. You won't be reduced to an errand boy who cleans and cleans anymore. Is that so? That's wonderful. I still have many questions that I hope Teacher Fanny can answer for me. I will work hard to improve myself as soon as possible and become a qualified mage. Han Shuo's heart raced as he suddenly remembered that there were still many questions he wasn't clear about in some of the magic books he'd read before. He couldn't help but want to take advantage of this opportunity to clarify things. No problem. In the future, if you have any questions about necromancy magic, you can ask me. I will help you. Although you're a bit perverted right now, I'm sure that you're a genius with a magical body. I will definitely help you escape from your current status. Fanny smiled faintly and said in a sweet voice. Han Shuo smiled foolishly, as if he hadn't heard Fanny's words about him being lecherous. After thinking for a moment, he started asking Fanny for some magic knowledge. After a while, Fanny cried out in surprise and looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. She said with emotion, "Oh my gosh, Brian, you already know so much about magic. Where did you learn all of this? Your questions are on par with the average mage apprentices. This is incredible. I've read all of this magic knowledge from the magic books inside when I was helping Jack clean the library. I've been trying to find out why ever since I discovered that I could cast the bone arrow magic." Han Shuo lied with a straight face and an apologetic expression as he spoke to Fanny. "Brian, I wasn't wrong after all. You really are a genius in magic." Fanny cried out in surprise again when she heard Han Shuo's explanation. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out in Han Shuo's ears. Han Shuo's face grew serious as he hastily said, "There's a sound approaching, but it doesn't sound like a magical creature this time. It sounds more like a human." Fanny's expression changed slightly when she heard Han Shuo's words. She reached out and grabbed Han Shuo's arm in a panic, walking quickly in the direction of the tent. She said as she walked, "There are all kinds of races in the dark forest. These races aren't all that friendly. Even some humans like us will sometimes want to kill for a high-level magical creature core. We should be on our guard." Fanny's slender hand grasped Han Shuo's wrist amidst the chaos. Fanny didn't have any other thoughts, but Han Shuo harbored ill intentions. When her hand grabbed his wrist, the smooth feeling of her 5 fingers on his wrist caused Han Shuo to become a bit infatuated. He suddenly recalled the ecstasy he'd felt on the warhorse a few days ago. "Everyone get up. Lisa and Amy, you two, wake everyone up and prepare for battle. Danger may be approaching." Lisa and Amy, who had been squinting their eyes, were both startled awake when Fanny's words sounded. The two also sensed the impending danger from Fanny's panicked voice, and they both started shouting and running to the tents to warn the others. For a time, Lisa and Amy's screams came from several tents. The sleeping students all rushed out of their tents with their clothes in a mess, their eyes half open and their clothes disheveled as they hastily prepared for battle. At this moment, Fanny unintentionally glanced at Han Shuo and discovered that Han Shuo was smiling merrily at her jade hand on Han Shuo's wrist. His expression seemed to be one of enjoyment. Angry, Fanny grabbed Han Shuo's jade hand and pinched it fiercely before letting go. She said angrily to Han Shuo in a low voice, "Damned Brian, I've discovered that you're almost as lustful as Fitch." Han Shuo yelped in pain and wore an awkward and silly smile on his face, but he was speechless inside. He wondered what Fanny would think if she knew that he was the one who'd touched her but last time. In the midst of the students' panic, a few heavy footsteps gradually approached from afar, falling into everyone's ears. Han Shuo also started to calm down after being pinched by Fanny. The lustful light in his eyes disappeared without a trace, replaced by a deep, distant coldness. He looked at everything around him with the cold eyes of a bystander. Heavy footsteps, accompanied by strange wheezing noises, approached the group. Jean's brow furrowed and he said in confusion, "Such heavy footsteps, it shouldn't be humans. But magical creatures with 2 feet are rare as well. What could it be?" Fanny furrowed her brow in deep thought and then her eyes lit up. She suddenly called out, "Everyone hurry up and summon the skeletal warriors to hold the front. We've probably run into the ogres in the dark forest." Everyone started when the words, "ogres," came out of Fanny's mouth. Some of the female students shuddered as expressions of fear appeared on their faces. Jean was also startled and hastily summoned everyone to quickly form a ring of defense. He also took out a brown magic staff that looked like the root of a tree and had a cautious expression on his face. Lines of magical incantations flowed continuously from the mouths of the students and teachers. Skeletal warriors, ghouls, and zombie warriors appeared out of thin air in front of everyone, as well as the 2 enormous hate warriors that Fanny and Jean had summoned. Hate warriors were already a relatively high-level existence amongst the dark creatures. These hate warriors were enormous in size and wielded metal clubs. The fat on their bodies gave them even more strength and sturdier defenses. They were the most commonly used meat shields by necromancers. As expected, with heavy footsteps, 8 ogres that were 2.5 meters tall and had lead-colored skin appeared before everyone's eyes. They were wielding maces and spears. Ogres were social animals, and a dozen or so ogres could be considered a tribe. These ogres were lazy by nature and liked to plunder. They were all natural bandits. They knew how to use clubs and long spears. Add to that their bodies were strong and sturdy, and their close combat abilities were quite powerful. However, what frightened everyone the most wasn't the ogres' strength, but their habits. As the name suggested, ogres were called ogres because they ate humans. When they encountered humans in the midst of plundering, not only would they take everything, but they would also capture humans and eat them as food. Han Shua and the others formed a ring of defense around them. The skeletal warriors, ghouls, and zombie hate warriors formed a defensive perimeter around them. There were necromancers with long-range attacks within the perimeter. All of them looked gravely at the panting ogres approaching. "Prepare for battle," Fanny called out loudly as she raised the magic staff in her hand. Chapter 36. Huff, huff. The 8 ogres made strange noises as they moved. The strongest and tallest ogre pointed his club at them, and the ogres suddenly began to run quickly, charging in their direction. But before the ogres could draw near, the students and teachers started chanting spells. Bone arrows shot out of the air towards the ogres, and those who were stronger than magic apprentices chanted even more powerful bone spears. Bone spears and bone arrows were both necromancy spells, but required novice mages to be able to control them. They were a bit more powerful than bone arrows. Bone arrows and bone spears flew out of the air at the same time and shot towards the 8 ogres. The 8 ogres also knew how to dodge the bone arrows and bone spears as they ran. However, ogres weren't a race that excelled in speed, and they were all hit by the bone arrows and bone spears. However, the ogres' bodies were exceedingly tough, and the bone arrows only made them squeal in pain when they landed on their bodies. They affected their running speed, but couldn't penetrate their flesh. Only when the bone spears landed on their bodies did they leave bloody holes on their bodies, leaving behind some green blood. The 8 ogres were continuously injured as they ran, but none of them had completely lost their ability to attack. They actually quickly charged into the outer defensive perimeter and started attacking inside. Han Shua was calm and unruffled in the middle of the defensive perimeter. His face was calm as he watched the ogres quickly approach and slowly gauged the fighting strength of the ogres. "Have the dark creatures attack." Fanny's face was solemn as she suddenly yelled out loudly when the ogres drew near. Everyone started directing the dark creatures on the outer perimeter to attack the ogres after Fanny's words had sounded. The summoned ghouls, skeleton warriors, zombie warriors, and hate warriors all stood firmly in place, immediately starting to attack when the ogres drew near. But the ogres were tall and strong, and their skin and flesh had exceedingly high defensive capabilities. Apart from the metal club attacks of the hate warriors, the attacks of the other dark creatures were of limited use. Especially the ghouls and skeleton warriors. Under the ferocious smashing of the ogre's wolf-tooth club, the skeletons would immediately fall apart, and the ghouls would die a horrible death. The zombie warrior's skin and flesh were sturdy enough to withstand a few hits from the wolf-tooth mace. However, after a few more hits, it would stagger and lose its ability to attack. These damned ogres are really troublesome. Xian watched as the dark creatures on the outskirts fell one by one, but the ogres remained standing despite bleeding profusely from the magical attacks. He couldn't help but feel anxious. We have to hold them off. Don't let them get close to us. Otherwise, we'll die if we face the ogres in close combat. Fanny shouted, looking a little worried. Bone spears appeared out of thin air as she chanted. They stared at one of the ogres, and one of them finally pierced through the ogre's eye socket, piercing through its skull. The ogre swayed a few times before falling lifelessly to the ground. After one of the ogres had been killed by Fanny, the remaining 7 ogres seemed to suddenly go berserk. 2 of the ogres wielding spears seemed to have been inspired as they suddenly threw their spears out with strange huffs. The spears drew an arc through the air and whistled sharply as they nailed into the bodies of the 2 hate warriors. The 2 hate warriors were the strongest meat shields in the outer perimeter. Although they didn't immediately lose their ability to move after their bodies were nailed to the ground, their movements became even more sluggish. They wouldn't be of much use after being held back by the 2 ogres. At this time, only 2 hate warriors and 6 zombie warriors were left in the outer defensive perimeter. The zombie warriors were inferior to the hate warriors in every aspect. Once the hate warriors were nailed to the ground by the spears, the pressure on the zombie warriors greatly increased. 2 zombie warriors had fallen in just a short while. What do we do? What do we do? Will these damned ogres eat us? Heavens, why are their skin and flesh so tough? The bone arrows are completely useless against them. We're done for, we're done for. We should have gone back yesterday, boo-hoo. Low cries of complaint and fear abruptly rang out from the mouths of the students. Even their magical incantations were affected in that moment. Master Jean, let's use the corpse explosion spell together. Hurry! Fanny's face darkened when she saw that everyone was so dejected, and she suddenly called out loudly. Soul of Nirvana, by my command, offer your body to me. Explode violently, corpse explosion. Fanny and Jean both chanted their incantations at the same time. After the incantations were complete, Fanny pointed at the ogre that she'd killed with her bone spear, and Jean pointed at a zombie warrior that had fallen to the ground. 2 violent explosions suddenly sounded out from the bodies of the ogre and zombie warrior. The 4 injured ogres and 2 zombie warriors on the side were all affected by the shockwaves and were abruptly blown into the air. The 4 ogres and 2 zombie warriors that had been blown into the air didn't move at all. They were obviously done for. Han Shua's eyes sparkled as he stared closely at Fanny. He was very shocked by the power of the corpse explosion spell. Han Shua had clearly seen that after Fanny had chanted the corpse explosion spell, the exploding ogre's body had suddenly lit up and exploded with a terrifying force. Of the 4 ogres that had been blown to death, 3 had been killed by Fanny's corpse explosion spell. Han Shua had only heard a little about the corpse explosion spell, and understood that only adept mages could cast it. The power of the spell would vary according to the difference in magic power and the strength of the exploding object. It was the same corpse explosion spell, but Fanny's was clearly much more powerful than Jean's. This might have something to do with Fanny's magic power and the ogre's as a medium. However, it seemed that the corpse explosion spell consumed a lot of mental strength. Fanny and Jean's faces were pale and they panted heavily after casting the corpse explosion spell. Up until now, there had been a total of 8 ogres. 1 had been killed by Fanny's bone spear, and another 4 had been killed by the 2 corpse explosion spells. Although the 2 hate warriors had been hit by the ogre's spears, they still held their ground and firmly entangled the 2 ogres. Only the strongest and tallest ogre hadn't suffered much damage yet. He wielded a spiked club and charged over as if he'd gone berserk. Strange cries came from his mouth, and he even spat out the simple common language, I'll kill you all. We've just used the corpse explosion spell and our mental strength is pretty much depleted. We can't use other adept spells for now. Everyone run. Jean's face was full of panic as he called out loudly. Fanny looked at the group and urged urgently, everyone leave quickly and don't get caught by the ogre. Everyone panicked even more after hearing Fanny and Jean's words. They didn't care about the supplies around them, and were all panic-stricken as they tried to distance themselves from the ogre who was running towards them with large strides and a spiked club in hand. However, although the ogre wasn't too fast, he was still a bit faster than them. Especially when the students were panicking, they tripped over the bones of the skeletal warriors as they ran. This made their speed even slower than the tall ogre. Fanny was concerned about the students and kept urging them to leave, dragging herself behind. The tall ogre had just seen that Fanny had cast the corpse explosion spell and killed 3 ogres. When he saw that Fanny had fallen behind, he didn't think much and caught up to Fanny, raising his spiked club high and smashing it down fiercely at Fanny. "Watch out, Master Fanny! Watch out, Fanny, behind you!" Lisa, Jean, and the others cried out involuntarily in fear when they saw the ogre's spiked club swinging towards Fanny in their panic. Fanny heard a few people's reminders and turned around to find that the spiked club was already smashing down on her. The sharp spikes of the spiked club sparkled with a cold light, and the whooshing sound indicated just how powerful the force behind the blow was. Her pretty face was deathly pale and her beautiful legs suddenly lost all strength. She watched helplessly as the spiked club grew larger and larger in front of her eyes. A wave of desolate helplessness suddenly rose up in Fanny's heart. Sparks flew in all directions with a clang. Fanny's beautiful eyes widened as she stared blankly in front of her. Unbeknownst to her, 2 wolf-tooth maces had appeared in front of her. These 2 wolf-tooth maces had collided with each other. The sharp teeth of the 2 wolf-tooth maces had already been flattened, and there were even some metallic sparks emitting from them. Following the direction of the spiked club that had blocked the ogre's blow, Fanny suddenly discovered that on her left, Han Shua's hands were tightly gripping a thick spiked club that was completely disproportionate to his body. At this moment, the veins on Han Shua's forehead and arms were bulging, and his expression was ferocious as he glared at the ogre. Chapter 37. Brian, it's Brian! The students cried out in surprise. Fanny was also a bit dumbfounded as she looked at Han Shua as a stranger. She hadn't thought that Han Shua would be able to swing such a thick spiked mace with his 1.70-meter frame, and block one of the ogre's ferocious blows. As everyone stared dumbfounded, Han Shua's eyes were fixed on the ogre's body. He freed up his right hand and pushed Fanny, saying in a low voice, "Hurry and go." A panicked shriek emitted from Fanny's mouth. Han Shua suddenly felt his right hand press down on 2 soft and large cotton balls at the same time. When he pulled his hand back, Han Shua already knew that he must have pressed down on the wrong place. The nearby students all gasped softly at this moment, including Jean's loud curses, accusing Han Shua of having the audacity for lust. His heart fluttering, Han Shua turned to look at Fanny and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Master Fanny, I pushed the wrong place. I really didn't mean to." Fanny was exasperated and was about to open her mouth to curse Han Shua when she suddenly sensed the ogre's enormous spiked club smashing towards Han Shua's head. She hurriedly warned, "Brian, watch out." The naive look on his face was still present as Han Shua suddenly turned around and easily raised the spiked club that was thicker than his body with both hands. With a whistling sound, he once again smashed it towards the ogre's incoming spiked club. With a clang, sparks flew once again. Han Shua's body didn't move at all, standing in place like a boulder. His thin and small body grasping the thick spiked club was reflected in everyone's eyes, causing all the students to suddenly look at Han Shua with a strange look in their eyes. "Master Fanny, hurry and leave." Jean's loud exclamation suddenly sounded at this moment. Fanny had been looking at Han Shua with a face full of shock when she finally reacted. Her bright eyes were still focused on Han Shua as she walked backwards in the direction of Jean and the others. Han Shua had just used strength to resist 2 blows from the ogre, and felt a strong desire to vent all the strength in his body. A faint desire to kill also rose in Han Shua's heart, making Han Shua want to smash the ogre into a meat patty. Han Shua suddenly howled with laughter as soon as Fanny left. The simple and honest look on his face was nowhere to be found, and his expression was a bit sinister and frightening. He raised his thick mace with a dark face and actually charged towards the confused ogre. This strongest ogre couldn't seem to understand how Han Shua could block two of his heavy blows with such a small body. He stood there dumbly, as if deep in thought. Heavens, Brian must have gone mad. He's charging at the ogre. Bella exclaimed softly, a look of disbelief on her face. Everyone nodded in agreement when these words were spoken. They all took it for granted that Han Shua had gone mad. Even Lisa, who knew that Han Shua liked to play the fool, had a bewildered expression on her face. She was shocked by Han Shua's madness in this moment. Brian suddenly became so strong after he went mad. This is incredible. Lisa is so great, an agony of the soul spell was able to turn the cowardly Brian into such a crazy person. Amy exclaimed innocently and looked at Lisa with a sigh of admiration. You talk too much. Lisa stared fixedly at Han Shua and replied to Amy. At this moment, Han Shua raised the thick spiked club and charged at the ogre like lightning. The spiked club whistled strangely in the air as Han Shua tightened his grip on it. He swung it upwards in an arc and smashed it towards the ogre's waist. The ogre's expression turned from bewilderment to fury when he saw the danger approaching. He repeated his previous actions and once again collided with Han Shua's club, as if he wanted to completely defeat Han Shua in terms of strength. Sounds of enormous collisions rang out continuously as the two maces clashed. The originally sturdy and thick maces, with their sharp spikes, were all flattened by the repeated collisions. The frail Han Shua and the tall, muscular ogre actually fought more and more intensely as the sounds of metal clanging rang out. Fanny and the others, who had originally planned to quickly escape, were stunned when they saw that Han Shua had such terrifying strength after going berserk, and that he was able to fight the ogre to a standstill. They all gaped at Han Shua's strength. Han Shua didn't show the slightest bit of fear as he wielded the spiked club that was completely disproportionate to his body. His exposed arms, neck, and forehead were actually lined with strong muscles, and his veins were bulging. Han Shua's expression was ferocious and crazed at this moment. He had a fearless bravery that completely overturned Fanny and the students' understanding of him. At this moment, the magical yuan circulated within Han Shua's body, and he felt an unrestrained pleasure as his strength exploded forth. The more he wielded the spiked club, the more proficient he became. Not only did Han Shua not feel the slightest bit of exhaustion, he actually felt more and more energized. Kiki, a few strange cackles emitted from Han Shua's mouth, his expression savage. The ogre's body involuntarily staggered backwards after a fierce attack. The originally ferocious attacks and enormous strength had become weaker and weaker after this short period of collision. My gosh, is this still the cowardly Brian? Bella exclaimed and shook her head in disbelief. I won't dare use Brian to practice my magic in the future. He's too scary when he goes crazy. Athena had a look of lingering fear as she murmured to herself. Lisa's expression was one of excitement as she clenched her small fists tightly. She screamed from time to time, beat him up. Bach and the others who held grudges against Han Shua looked at each other with timid expressions. They looked at Han Shua with a bit of fear in their eyes. Kiki, you can't run. Han Shua cackled and followed closely behind the escaping ogre. He swung his thick spiked club, and with a crack, the legs of the scrambling ogre were broken. Han Shua followed closely behind with a strange cackle, continuously smashing the ogre with his spiked club. Shrill cries of agony continuously emanated from the previously savage ogre's mouth. The ogre's tall and strong body had long since fallen to the ground. Fresh blood splattered continuously from his body. His strong, leaden body was already a bloody mess under Han Shua's repeated blows, and its original appearance was almost unrecognizable. Such a violent storm of blows continued for a minute. Han Shua seemed to suddenly wake up after he saw that the ogre had been smashed into a bloody mess. Han Shua himself was startled when he stopped. He hadn't thought that Han Shua would have such a violent side to him. This was the first time he'd killed someone, but Han Shua didn't feel the lingering fear that a normal person would have. After his expression had calmed down, Han Shua turned to look at Fanny and the students. He grinned honestly and said, "He seems to be dead." Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, all the students, including the two instructors, Fanny and Jean, screamed and took 2 steps back when they saw Han Shua turn around. Lisa then cried out in surprise and asked, "Boo! Brian, are you feeling better?" Han Shua started and immediately reacted. He scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "What happened to me just now? I don't even know what I did. How did the ogre suddenly die? What did you do just now? Did you forget?" Fanny was also stunned and then frowned as she stared at Han Shua. Nodding honestly, Han Shua explained sincerely, "Yes, I felt my head hurt and then forgot what happened. When I woke up, the ogre was already dead in front of me. What's going on?" There were 2 other ogres, where did they go?" "You scared them away." Bella looked oddly at Han Shua and answered, No way. How could this be? Why would they be afraid of me?" Han Shua had an innocent look on his face as he spoke in bewilderment. "Brian, you've become so scary after you've gone mad. It's like you're another person. Not just the ogres, even we're a bit afraid of you. It's a good thing you're all right now." Jean sighed emotionally and said what everyone else was thinking. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and pack up. We can't stay here any longer. 2 of the ogres have escaped, and they might cause trouble for us." Fanny was still relatively calm. When she saw that the danger had been temporarily averted, she hurriedly instructed everyone to quickly prepare for the aftermath. Under Fanny's orders, everyone returned to their original positions and picked up the items that had been scattered on the ground. This was the first time that everyone had faced a life and death crisis. After facing death head-on, the students had all become more composed. They didn't waste any words and quickly packed up everything. "I think it's time to leave this place and end this trial," Jean suggested solemnly when he saw that everyone had packed up. After experiencing the battle with the ogres, everyone recognized their strength. They weren't as strong as they'd imagined, and the further south they went, the greater the danger. Therefore, everyone looked at each other and nodded in agreement after Jean's suggestion. After a moment of silence, everyone silently began to pack up, planning to return to the academy with the spoils of this trip and not continue the dangerous journey south. However, just as the crowd was about to leave, a mournful cry suddenly sounded from the south. The crowd that had just finished packing up their belongings and were about to leave were all stunned when they heard the sound. Then, excitement and greed appeared on their faces. Chapter 38. It's the cry of a frost eagle. The frost eagle is a solitary magical creature. We've already killed one before, should we kill this one as well before leaving? Jean's face lit up with joy as he looked at everyone and asked. The frost eagle's magical core was of the 4th level and was worth much more than the windblade wolf. Although everyone had expended a great deal of effort to kill one, they already had the experience of dealing with the frost eagle. Now that Jean had said this, everyone started. Fanny then looked at Han Shua and asked, "Brian, what do you think?" "There's a huge sum of money in front of us, I think we should take it." Han Shua scratched his head and answered with a silly smile. "All right then, everyone get ready. We'll take the frost eagle's core and then return to the academy. If our necromancy major can obtain 2 level 4 magical cores this time, the other majors won't dare look down on us." Fanny nodded and instructed everyone to move out. When the group heard this, they seemed to remember the humiliation they'd suffered earlier and began to move angrily. They followed behind Han Shua and Fanny, walking in the direction of the frost eagle's cry. Han Shua walked in front like he was the leader. Everyone had a matter-of-fact expression on their faces and no one had any objections. Unknowingly, they'd already begun to change their opinion of Han Shua. Now, no one dared to treat Han Shua as a little errand boy that could be bullied at will. Their gazes towards Han Shuo had a faint hint of respect. The group hurried along the Frost Eagle's cry and arrived at the location of the Frost Eagle after a short while. However, they were stunned by the scene that greeted their eyes. Using the bright moonlight, everyone could see a tall, handsome young man with messy silver hair, dashing eyebrows, and starry eyes. He was holding a long sword in his hand and fighting with the Frost Eagle in the sky. He wore a simple warrior's suit, and his shoulders, chest, and abdomen were wrapped in shining silver armor. Judging from his clothes and attire, he was a knight. When the long sword in his hand danced, rays of piercing milky white light flashed and struck the Frost Eagle circling in the sky, causing it to cry out continuously. My gosh, milky white fighting aura, he's an Earth Knight. Ooh, he's so handsome. Bella exclaimed in surprise, her eyes fixed tightly on the Earth Knight's body with a look of infatuation on her face. The few female students beside her also revealed fascinated expressions, their eyes shining brightly as they stared at the Earth Knight who was easily dealing with the Frost Eagle. Han Shuo furrowed his brow. He was also shocked by the Earth Knight's strength. Last time, Han Shuo's party of 12 had found it very difficult to deal with a single Frost Eagle. They'd used all of their strength in the end to kill it. This Earth Knight was facing the Frost Eagle by himself. Not only did he not seem to be strained, but he even seemed to be skillful and at ease. After the milky white Do Chi was released, the Frost Eagle continuously emitted low cries. A milky white fighting aura soared into the sky, heading straight for the battered Frost Eagle. The Frost Eagle seemed to sense danger and flapped its wings, intending to leave. At this moment, the Earth Knight, who had been standing on the ground, suddenly sped up and flew into the air. His long sword slashed across the Frost Eagle's abdomen. With a mournful cry, the Frost Eagle swayed and finally fell from the sky powerlessly. So cool! Bella's eyes glowed as she giggled. The Earth Knight walked next to the Frost Eagle's corpse and picked up the Frost Eagle's magical core with his long sword. He then walked with large strides to Han Shuo and the others with a smile. After sweeping his gaze over everyone, he bowed and said courteously, Knight Clark greets the noble mages. Hello Clark, you're so strong to be able to kill a Frost Eagle by yourself. That's amazing. Bella laughed lightly in a reserved manner and spoke softly, as if she'd changed into a different person. However, Clark's gaze didn't linger on Bella's body. He kept his eyes on Fanny, seeming to wait for Fanny's reply. This made Bella feel a bit awkward. We're teachers and students of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. We've come to the Dark Forest to train this time. It's nice to meet you, Clark. Fanny's expression didn't change as she also bowed slightly in return and smiled. So that's how it is. I've also come to the Dark Forest to train. The magical beasts here are very strong and very suitable for raising my strength. I hadn't thought that I'd run into you all here, heh. Clark smiled faintly as he looked at Fanny. There was a strange flavor to his gaze that made Han Shuo feel a bit uncomfortable. Master Fanny, now that he's killed the Frost Eagle, I think we should be able to return. Han Shuo stared at Clark a few times and suddenly understood why he'd felt a bit uncomfortable with Clark's gaze. It was because Clark's gaze when he looked at Fanny was a bit similar to Jean's. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Jean's, it already vaguely explained one thing: Clark seemed to have a favorable impression of Fanny's beauty. Yes. Master Fanny, it's getting more and more dangerous now. We should return to the academy for the students' safety. Jean also seemed to sense the threat and his gaze towards Clark was a bit unfriendly. He immediately chimed in after hearing Han Shuo's suggestion. Fanny nodded after hearing Han Shuo and Jean's words. She was about to agree when Clark suddenly smiled faintly and said, If honored mages don't mind, I can travel with you. I think it'll be beneficial for all of us if we travel together, and the danger will be greatly reduced. Are you all willing? Alright, if there's an Earth Rider with us, our gains this time will surely surpass those of the Light Major. Bella's face lit up with joy before Fanny could agree and she abruptly spoke up. The other female students all voiced their assent after Bella's words. Only Lisa's face was unmoved as she stared oddly at Han Shuo and sized him up. The male students didn't say anything and looked indifferent. Clark's words and Bella's incitement made Fanny, who'd been about to leave, hesitate a bit. Fanny's heart was especially moved when Bella said that their gains would surpass those of the light major. Don't agree, don't agree. Smiling all the time isn't a good thing. This kid is obviously up to no good. Don't agree to travel with him. Han Shua looked at Fanny and spoke continuously in his heart. Alright, then we'll have to trouble you. We're all mages. If such a strong Earth Rider like you joins us, you'll be of great help to us. Fanny hesitated for a while and finally agreed. Han Shua was extremely disappointed, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he cried out in surprise, Aya, we've been chasing this frost eagle all this time. Who would have thought that you'd already killed it? AI, a level 4 magical creature core is gone just like that. A startled expression appeared on Clark's face when he heard Han Shua's words. He then looked at Han Shua with some confusion and asked, You were the ones who were chasing this frost eagle? Nodding his head affirmatively, Han Shua said with a face full of regret, Yes, but I didn't think that you'd already killed it. Fanny was a bit surprised when she heard Han Shua's words and glared accusingly at Han Shua. She was about to open her mouth to explain that this wasn't the case when Clark hesitated and took out the frost eagle's magical core with some heartache. He forced a smile and handed it to Fanny, saying, So that's how it is. Since that's the case, I'll return it to you. Master Fanny, you must accept it. Accept, definitely accept. Han Shua approached with a smile and took the frost eagle's core from Clark's hands before Fanny could open her mouth. He then handed it to Lisa beside him and said merrily, Haha, this night Clark is such a good person. He returned a level 4 magical creature core to us so readily. I think he'll be even more forthright in the trials to come. Lisa's eyes shone brightly as she also put the core away merrily with a smile. She nodded approvingly at Han Shua and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Fanny had been about to open her mouth to explain, but discovered that the core was already in Lisa's pocket in the blink of an eye. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head and rolled her eyes at Han Shua and Lisa, but didn't say anything else. The core of a level 4 magical creature was equivalent to over 100 gold coins. Even for a minor noble, 100 gold coins wasn't a small sum. It was no wonder that Clark would feel a bit pained when he'd taken it from Clark's hands with just a few words from Han Shua. Master Fanny, now that we have this noble and generous Earth Knight joining us, I think we can continue heading south. There are certainly more powerful magical creatures there. If we can obtain a level 3 magical creature core, we'll be able to hold our heads high in the academy this time. Han Shua smiled faintly as he egged Fanny on. He thought that since Clark dared harbor disloyalty towards his woman, he should at least make him do some free hard labor. It would be a waste not to make use of an Earth Knight. Fanny's spirits immediately rose when she heard that they could hold their heads high in the academy. She nodded and smiled daintily, All right, then we'll continue heading south. Noble Knight Clark, I'll have to trouble you to look after us in the future. Clark bowed modestly and smiled politely, It's no trouble at all, I'm happy to be of service. You insist on staying, see if I don't play you to death. Han Shua was extremely displeased when he saw Clark's appearance and quickly thought of a vicious plan. Chapter 39. The second day. The group, along with Clark, continued to head south of the dark forest. Because of Clark's addition, it was much easier to deal with the magical creatures they encountered along the way. Clark purposefully showcased himself in front of Fanny. The 2 Windblade Wolves and 1 Frost Eagle along the way were all easily killed with his great assistance. Han Shua would quickly rush over every time a magical creature was killed and immediately took out the core, handing it to Lisa as a matter of course. He treated it as his side spoils of war and didn't even leave the fur of the Windblade Wolves for Clark. In order to gain Fanny's favor, Clark still forced a smile on his face and approved of Han Shua's actions, not fighting for the cores of the magical creatures. The group started a bonfire when it was dusk and Han Shua started roasting the meat. Clark purposefully hung out with Fanny and chatted humorously with Fanny. Off to the side, Jean glared at Clark like a tiger watching its prey and continuously interjected, using words to pressure Clark. The other students dispersed to rest, chatting and laughing merrily or silently organizing their things. Only Lisa stayed next to Han Shua and watched as Han Shua flipped the roasted meat leisurely. "Brian, I've discovered that you're becoming more and more naughty. You're very different from before." Lisa held a bright red wooden stick in her hand and unintentionally stirred it in the bonfire. Her bright eyes landed on Han Shua as she spoke. Flicking a glance at Lisa, Han Shua said faintly, "Is that so?" "I'm fine. I just feel that I've been too useless in the past and want to change myself." "What's wrong with that?" Shaking her head, Lisa said, No. I feel that you're not the same as before. I can't say what's going on either. Perhaps it really is because I used the agony of the soul on you that you became like this." Laughing involuntarily, Han Shua thought that he wasn't Brian at all and had nothing to do with the agony of the soul. Whether it was Lisa, Fanny, or the other teachers and students, they all thought that it was the agony of the soul that caused him to change. It was a bit funny. "Is my change not good?" "Very good, much better than before. I was very angry when I saw how cowardly you were before. I treated you badly in hopes that you'd pull yourself together, but you've always been meek and didn't resist no matter who bullied you. I felt that you were very pitiful at that time and thought that you'd be in pain even if you lived, and that you'd be better off dead. Actually, I used the agony of the soul on you because I didn't want to see you continue living so pitifully." Lisa thought for a moment and looked at Han Shua. Frowning, Han Shua looked at Lisa in confusion and asked, "So you're saying that you used the agony of the soul to help me out of kindness?" "Of course." Lisa raised her neck and explained, "Although I've looked for you to train in magic before, I've treated you much better than the other students. It's just that you're a disappointment and live such a useless life. I couldn't stand it anymore and decided to help you free yourself. Look at you now, you've changed so much that even I can't recognize you." Shaking his head, Han Shua didn't say much, but he still approved of Lisa's actions. That pitiful Brian had indeed lived a useless life. He'd long since had thoughts of suicide, but just hadn't had the courage to do so. However, Han Shua still couldn't forgive Lisa's actions of helping others die. "Boo! Brian, I think we'll roast the meat ourselves, there's no need to trouble you." Bach, Bella, and the others walked over from afar at this moment and looked at Han Shua with some fear. In the past few days, all the meat that had been roasted by Han Shua's hands was delicious beyond compare for Lisa, Fanny, Amy, and the others, but disgusting as hell for Bach, Bella, and the others. After a few days of torment, Bach, Bella, and the others' stomachs were so uncomfortable that they'd had diarrhea for a few days. They'd originally been complaining and cursing at Han Shua, but after experiencing Han Shua's crazed behavior yesterday, they didn't even dare to complain or curse anymore. They were deathly afraid that Han Shua would suddenly go crazy. They were truly a bit afraid of Han Shua now. Smiling honestly, Han Shua said a bit embarrassedly, "How can this do? As an errand slave of the necromancy major, roasting food is my job to begin with. It's a bit inappropriate for you delicate bodies to do these things, isn't it?" "Appropriate, of course it's appropriate. Since we've gone out to train, we should try everything. Not to mention that you saved our lives yesterday, we shouldn't let you take on so many tasks, don't you think so, Bach?" Bella forced a laugh and said with embarrassment. "That's right, we should roast our own food, we can't trouble you with everything." Bach's stomach had been upset for a few days and he knew that if he still ate the meat that Han Shua roasted, it would be half raw and half cooked again. He hurriedly said with a fawning smile and paused, "Brian, I was in the wrong before, please don't hate me. If you keep holding a grudge against me, if you lose all reason and come looking for me, I'll be in big trouble. Alright, since you're so kind, I'll thank you. Come, you guys roast the meat, I hope you enjoy yourselves." Han Shua was inwardly pleased as he stood up with a silly smile. He took some of the roasted meat away and handed a large piece to the envious Lisa. He picked up the remaining pieces and walked over to Fanny's side. The enticing aroma of meat slowly spread outwards. Fanny had been listening impatiently to Clark and Jean refuting each other when her eyes suddenly lit up. She licked her lips with her fragrant tongue and a mesmerizing smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. "Master Fanny, Master Jean, and Sir Knight Clark, here's your roasted meat." Han Shua laughed softly and handed the roasted meat to the three of them. "Boo-hoo, tui. Brian, why isn't this piece cooked today? It tastes awful." Fanny suddenly exclaimed and spat out the piece of roasted meat she'd just eaten. This time, Fanny's eyesight wasn't too good. Because Han Shua hadn't given her the roasted meat alone and she'd chosen the wrong piece, plus she was in a hurry to eat it, she'd already eaten the roasted meat that Han Shua had prepared for Jean and Clark before Han Shua could even remind her. Master Fanny, that piece isn't yours, this is." Han Shua smiled wryly and thought to himself that she was in too much of a hurry. Han Shua then hastily handed the piece of meat that he'd meticulously roasted to Fanny and snatched the half-cooked roasted meat from her hands. He took out a dagger and cut off the piece that Fanny had bitten and handed it to Clark with a smile. He said a bit embarrassedly, "Honorable Sir Clark, this piece is yours. My skills aren't that good, so although Master Fanny has already taken a bite, I hope you don't mind." Clark said, "I'll just eat bread." "How can you be like this? Bread won't increase your stamina much and you're a knight who greatly needs stamina. You must eat more meat. Could it be that you dislike Brian's cooking skills, or that you've been bitten by Master Fanny?" Jean had long since known that those who didn't treat him well would suffer greatly from the food that Han Shua roasted. He was secretly gloating at Han Shua's misfortune, but put on a righteous expression on his face as he tried to persuade Clark. "No, that's not what I meant. It's just that." Clark's face was full of helplessness as he awkwardly waved his hands and shook his head, not knowing how to explain. He'd clearly seen Fanny spit it out after taking a bite and naturally knew that the roasted meat wasn't tasty at all. "As a noble knight, Sir Clark, I understand that you're definitely unwilling to eat something that's been bitten by someone else. Why don't you eat this piece, Master Jean?" Han Shua had a look of understanding on his face as he first insinuated that Clark disliked Fanny and then pushed the blame onto Jean. Jean began to panic after Han Shua's words and shook his head with an embarrassed smile. "No, absolutely not. How can I take Sir Clark's food? Not to mention that this piece is mine, I'm going to eat first." Traces of sweat could be seen on Jean's forehead as he spoke in a fluster. He hastily took another piece of similarly half-cooked meat from Han Shua's hands and ran towards where Bach and Bella were as if he was fleeing, obviously planning on roasting it again. "Master Jean is such a humble person. It looks like you should take care of this roasted meat." Han Shua smiled foolishly and planned on forcefully handing the roasted meat to Clark. Clark had a pitiful and wry smile on his face. He then seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly said, "I forgot something, excuse me." Like Jean, Clark left the area as soon as he'd finished speaking and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Brian, you're getting worse and worse. No wonder Jean and Bach keep having diarrhea these days, it's all because of you, isn't it?" Fanny glared at Han Shua with a mix of anger and amusement. "Master Fanny, you've only just realized. Brian is really different from before, he's become worse than all the students." Lisa chuckled lightly and then looked oddly at Fanny, saying, "Right, Master Fanny, you clearly knew that Brian was purposefully teasing the two of them, why didn't you stop him?" "That's because I also thought that Clark and Jean were too annoying. They kept bugging me and arguing non-stop, and they even insisted on dragging me along. It was so boring. But this Clark has helped us quite a bit, he really is a good person." Fanny laughed naughtily and explained to Lisa. Han Shua was secretly pleased when he heard Fanny's words, but he couldn't help but feel angry when Fanny said that Clark was a good person. "So that's how it is. Heh, Master Fanny, I know there's a wide pool nearby. The water there is clear and clean. We haven't bathed in a few days, why don't we go swimming tonight?" "Lisa, you didn't like swimming before, why have you suddenly taken to it recently?" Because swimming exercises the body." Lisa's delicate face flushed red when she heard Fanny's question. She turned her head to glance at Han Shuo and answered hastily. Han Shuo had an odd expression on his face as he thought to himself that Lisa didn't seem to mind on the surface when he told her how to increase her breasts last time, but she'd already taken action in secret. Han Shuo couldn't help but find it funny as he gained a deeper understanding of women's minds. Chapter 40. It was night, and the moonlight was clear and cold as it scattered across the vast and boundless dark forest. The bright, silvery moonlight added a few traces of tranquility and comfort to the dark forest. Simple and crude tents were set up on the soft grass. After a day of hard work, the students were either talking in low voices or silently meditating. Han Shuo sneakily hid behind a towering tree as he chanted a magical incantation. A streak of light flashed through the air as Little Skull, wielding a bone dagger, suddenly appeared and flew silently towards Clark's tent under Han Shuo's instructions. Clark's tent was a bit further away from the other students. Although he appeared to be modest and polite on the surface, apart from his genuine passion towards Fanny, his gaze towards the other students carried a hint of lofty disdain. His tent was also clearly separated from the rest of the group as he walked far away by himself. Little Skull's body was now nimble, and his pitch-black bones blended into the darkness. He didn't make a single sound when he moved, and arrived at Clark's tent in a few dozen seconds. Under Han Shuo's orders, Little Skull suddenly rushed into Clark's tent. A muffled cry of pain rang out as Clark's tent collapsed with a loud crash. Little Skull's body abruptly flew out and quickly fled in the southwest direction. Clark cried out in pain and flew out of the tent in a disheveled state. He looked around with his long sword in hand, and quickly chased in the direction that Little Skull had left with a roar of anger, cursing continuously under his breath. Success! Han Shuo snickered inwardly. His figure swiftly darted through the shadows of the trees as he chuckled darkly and followed closely behind Clark. Han Shuo also walked in the direction that Clark had run in. In the southwest direction, there was a wide pool of water with strange, crooked trees around it. Under the bright moonlight, the water in the pool was clear and sparkled with a silvery luster. A series of splashing sounds, accompanied by waves of tender laughter, came from the pool, adding some liveliness to the quiet pool. Lisa, are you starting to develop? Your breasts seem to be changing recently. Hee, Teacher Fanny, let me tell you. Actually, swimming can enhance your breasts. I only discovered this secret after trying it. Really? Fanny cried out in surprise, then laughed involuntarily and said in a sweet voice, no wonder. I was wondering why you'd suddenly become infatuated with swimming recently. So this is the reason. Hee, then we'll have to swim a little longer today. Teacher Fanny, your breasts are already so perky. Do you still care about this? Hee, of course, there's no woman who wouldn't care about this. I see. Hee, apart from swimming, drinking milk, and massaging while bathing can make your breasts stand out. This is my experience. I've been doing this recently, and I can really feel the changes in my chest. Teacher Fanny, you can try it too. Ah, Lisa, you seem to know a lot now. But the changes in your breasts are real. It looks like your method really will be effective. Of course. Hee, you can't go wrong listening to me. Lisa laughed lightly with pride and said to Fanny. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly sounded from afar. Fanny and Lisa glanced at each other and Fanny frowned, saying softly, "What's that sound?" Lisa, who had shrunk into the water with only her head sticking out, also had a face full of bewilderment. She shook her head and said, "I don't know. I discovered this place when I went to collect wood today. No one should know about it." Fanny and Lisa were a bit surprised and were about to leave when the footsteps grew closer and closer. A sweating Clark suddenly appeared at the edge of the pool and looked left and right, continuously patrolling the area. When Clark saw Fanny and Lisa in the pool, the three of them cried out in surprise at the same time. Lisa was flustered and exasperated as she hastily hid her body in the pool. She pointed a finger at Clark in a panic and shouted angrily, "Damn it, you're a noble knight and yet you're doing something like peeping. How disgusting." "No, it's not what you think. I was chasing a monster and found this place. Clark was greatly agitated and hastily tried to explain. Leave this place immediately. Clark, you disappoint me greatly. To think that you're this kind of person. Fanny also had a face full of anger and her pretty face was covered in frost as she shouted coldly. Master Fanny, I really didn't want to come here to peep. Listen to me explain. Clark was sweating profusely. He hadn't thought that he'd see Fanny and Lisa swimming in a place like this either. He felt that something was off and explained repeatedly. Leave this place, now. Fanny and Lisa both cried out in surprise as Clark explained and yelled at the same time. Smiling wryly with resignation, Clark sighed and bowed slightly to the two in the distance. He said apologetically, I'm sorry, I'll leave immediately. I hope you don't think of me as bad as you think, I really didn't mean to do this. Clark's face was wry as he left dejectedly with his head hung low. A string of complaints flowed from his mouth as he sighed and lamented his terrible luck. Han Shua's surreptitious figure appeared in the shadows of the trees after Clark had left. He stuck up his middle finger at Clark and said lowly with a sinister smile, You dare steal my woman? Go to hell, noble knight. So even noble knights have such disgusting hobbies. Lisa was still quite indignant and snorted lightly with a face full of disdain. Men are all the same. Noble knights are like this, and lowly errand slaves are also like this. It's just that some people know how to disguise it and some don't. Fanny also snorted lightly and said with emotion. Errand slave? Master Fanny, you don't mean Brian, do you? Lisa stared blankly, then seemed to think of something and looked at Fanny with an odd expression. No, I was just sighing, purely sighing. Ha, Lisa, don't let your imagination run wild. Having let the cat out of the bag, Fanny was startled when she heard Lisa's question and hastily covered it up with an awkward smile. However, Lisa's face was still full of suspicion after hearing her explanation and her gaze at Fanny was a bit odd. She murmured lowly, Could you really be talking about Brian? Han Shua had been hiding in the shade of the tree and was looking at the two lustfully. He couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart when he heard their words, but before Han Shua had time to sigh with emotion, his eyes suddenly widened and he was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Fanny was slowly walking to the edge of the pool and her body hidden in the water was slowly revealed bit by bit. The bright moonlight shone on Fanny's perfect and flawless figure. The sparkling and translucent water droplets on her fair skin were like rolling gems under the moonlight, lightly brushing past her silk-like body. Under the moonlight, her upper body was so beautiful that it made Han Shua's eyes dazzle. Her breasts were full and firm, with two captivating red pearls at the top. There wasn't a trace of excess fat on her abdomen, which was smooth and taut. Her slender arms were as delicate as snow lotuses, and her beautiful light purple hair was wet and messily scattered over her smooth shoulders. She was filled with a beauty that could steal one's soul. Starting from her lower abdomen, the lower half of her body was submerged in the water. However, the clear water still allowed Han Shua to see her shining white legs under the moonlight. This was the first time that Han Shua had seen a naked woman with his own eyes, and such an outstanding beauty at that. Under the moonlight, water droplets trickled down from Fanny's body. Her otherworldly beauty and perfect figure caused Han Shua to be completely dumbfounded. His entire person sank into a half-dazed state for a moment. A strange sound suddenly fell into Han Shua's ears. Han Shua, who had been staring blankly at a lotus rising from the water, was startled awake and began to look around. A loud, panicked yell came from Lisa's mouth. Lisa, who was still in the depths of the pool, pointed behind her in terror and screamed, Master! Fanny, it's the deepwater venom python! Fanny paused and then turned her head. She discovered that an enormous python, 5 or 6 meters long and covered in spikes on its back, was swiftly swimming over from the far end of the pool. The python's dark green pupils shone with a cruel and merciless light, and it spat out dark green smoke from its gaping, fanged maw as it rapidly approached Lisa. Run, Lisa, run faster! Fanny's expression also changed abruptly as she screamed in panic. But Lisa seemed to have been scared out of her wits. Her body, which had originally been swimming quickly in the pool, had actually slowed down quite a bit because of the deepwater venom python's appearance, although her hands and legs were madly slapping at the water. "Master Fanny, sob sob, save me." Lisa's voice whimpered as she screamed in terror and panic. She used both her hands and feet in an attempt to quickly swim to the shore, but the deepwater venom python was closing in on her. "Damn it, where's that Clark now?" Fanny cursed without a care for her emotions, and her perfect figure began to turn back in Lisa's direction. Han Shua had completely awakened at this moment. Looking at the deepwater venom python that was closing in on the two of them, Han Shua hesitated for a moment and finally sprinted out from the shadows of the trees, yelling loudly, "What's going on?" Deepwater venom python, I'm coming to help you." The deepwater venom python was a rank 3 magical creature. Not only did it have a powerful physical body, it could also spit out poisonous mist. Now that it was still in the water, both its speed and its threat had greatly increased. A rank 4 magical creature, Frost Eagle, was something that the group had to use the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers to kill. This rank 3 deepwater venom python would definitely be even more difficult to deal with. Even Han Shua himself didn't have the slightest bit of confidence, but he couldn't just watch as Fanny was eaten, so he could only risk his life and charge out. "Damn it, let's go all out." Han Shua took out a dagger and his body flashed like lightning, directly flying towards the pool after a flash in the darkness. Chapter 41. In the pool, the deepwater venom python raised waves that reached the sky and swam quickly towards Lisa with impressive momentum. The more flustered Lisa was, the harder it was for her to escape. The distance between the person and the python had already shrunk to 20 meters. Fanny, who had already reached the shore, threw caution to the wind and splashed the water, rushing towards Lisa like a mermaid. Han Shua's speed was even faster, and his body didn't seem to encounter any resistance in the water as he closed in on Fanny like lightning. After practicing magical yuan, Han Shua's bodily functions were far superior to those of ordinary people. When Han Shua used his full strength, an astonishing amount of energy immediately burst forth. Han Shua had also arrived at the same time that Fanny closed in on Lisa. Han Shua didn't allow for any explanation as he reached out with both hands, grabbing Lisa with one hand and wrapping the other around Fanny's waist. He shouted fiercely, "Go!" At this moment, Han Shua had no time to feel the smoothness and softness of Lisa and Fanny's bodies. In his panic, he only had the thought of leaving this place as quickly as possible. His legs moved like a fish in the water, and with the help of Fanny's hands and feet, the three entangled as they swam towards the shore without a care for anything else. Except, if it was just Han Shua alone, he might actually have been able to escape the deepwater venom python's pursuit. But with the addition of Fanny and Lisa, Han Shua's speed was greatly affected. It was hard for him to recover his previous speed, and he could only watch as the deepwater venom python came closer and closer. Lisa's frightened cries and whimpers didn't stop for even a moment. Even Fanny was powerless at this moment as a look of shock and panic appeared on her face. Even summoning dark creatures to fight in the pool wouldn't be of much use. The deepwater venom python's skin was extremely thick, and normal necromancy magic wouldn't be able to stop it. If they stopped and chanted an incantation, they would be bound to be entangled by it and then inevitably be eaten by it. Boo-hoo! What do we do? What do we do? Are we going to be eaten by it? Lisa whimpered in panic, her hands slapping the surface of the water more and more powerless. Fanny also didn't know what to do. She could only watch helplessly as the deepwater venom python closed in on her, but she couldn't find a way to dodge or escape. She could only desperately swim. After a moment's hesitation, Han Shua hardened his heart. A resolute expression suddenly appeared on his face as he grabbed Lisa's right hand and abruptly exerted force. He gathered all his strength and flung Lisa's naked, dainty, and beautiful body shot out of the water. She streaked across the air for 3 meters and flew straight towards the shore. His left hand, which was originally on Fanny's waist, suddenly pressed on Fanny's beautiful buttocks. Before Fanny could scream, Han Shua had already used all his strength to help Fanny, who was swimming at a fast speed. This made Fanny's swimming speed suddenly increase, and she stabbed towards the shore like an arrow. "Hurry and go!" Han Shuo roared and suddenly turned his head, facing the deep-water venom python that was already in front of him alone. "Brian, Master Fanny, hurry and save Brian!" Lisa's desolate voice cried out in alarm from afar. "Lisa, hurry and get ashore. Only when we're ashore can we help Brian." At this moment, Han Shuo's gaze was cold and severe. He gripped the dagger in his hand tightly as he watched the deep-water venom python's tail wrap around him. Unexpectedly, Han Shuo advanced instead of retreating. Before the deep-water venom python's tail could wrap around him, he actually dashed out at high speed towards the python's head. Han Shuo understood that no matter how fast he swam in this pool, he still couldn't compete with the deep-water venom python in terms of speed. Now that he was stuck close to it, there was only death awaiting him if he continued to throw caution to the wind and flee. The deep-water venom python's entire body was hard and thick, and only its neck was soft. If he wanted to escape this disaster, close combat was the only way to survive. The deep-water venom python probably hadn't anticipated that Han Shuo would counterattack instead of fleeing. After that enormous tail wrapped around him, it only made a rather large arc, but didn't touch Han Shuo. The deep-water venom python's dark green eyes flashed as if it was mocking Han Shuo's ignorance. A mouthful of dark green smoke shot out from its large, dense, fanged maw as it raised its neck and sprayed towards Han Shuo's head. "Brian, be careful of the smoke it's spraying out. That smoke has a slow, paralyzing effect. It'll cause a person's body to stiffen until they're unable to move." At this moment, Fanny called out loudly from afar, reminding Han Shuo to pay attention to the dark green poisonous smoke that the deep-water venom python was spewing out. Startled, Han Shuo quickly swam on the surface of the water and held his breath before hastily diving into the water. Using the clear water, he identified the deep-water venom python's position and suddenly charged over. After dodging another sweep of the deep-water venom python's tail midway, Han Shuo had already appeared directly under the python's neck. Han Shuo's body and the dagger in his hand shot out of the water at the same time. The dagger flashed with a cold light, drawing a trace of silver under the moonlight as it fiercely pierced towards the soft flesh of the deep-water venom python's neck. With a poochie sound, the dagger disappeared completely, and blood spurted out. The deep-water venom python let out a mournful wail, and after twisting its neck, its huge body began to writhe madly. Han Shuo was startled and hurriedly pulled out the dagger, pressing his right palm fiercely against the python's neck. The red flames of the mystical glacial spellfire flashed and disappeared, instantly landing on the python's neck. After being invaded by the red flames of the mystical glacial spellfire, the deep-water venom python became even more berserk, and shrill cries rang out incessantly. Before Han Shuo could react, a cloud of dark green smoke had already spread to Han Shuo's body. Wisps of strange gas seeped into Han Shuo's body through Han Shuo's pores. Han Shuo felt his entire body go numb, suddenly numb and powerless. Even the dagger seemed to have become as heavy as 1,000 kilograms. "Oh my God, Brian's been sprayed by the poisonous smoke. What about Master Fanny, what's going to happen?" Lisa had already reached the shore, and when she saw that Han Shuo had been sprayed by the poisonous smoke, she abruptly yelled out loudly and urgently. "Oh, endless darkness, transform into the bone spears of destruction. With my will, destroy everything in front of me, bone spears." The sound of Fanny chanting an incantation suddenly sounded at this moment. 3 sharp bone spears suddenly materialized out of thin air and pierced towards the frenzied deep-water venom python in the pool with whooshing sounds. Fanny's bone spear magic was indeed extraordinary. All 3 bone spears hit their mark, and 2 of them stabbed into the python's forehead, causing 2 blossoms of blood to blossom. The last bone spear landed on the python's ghastly maw, which had buried its head to devour Han Shuo, and broke a few of its sharp fangs. This caused the python's gaping maw, which had been about to devour Han Shuo, to be lifted backwards. At this moment, the magical yuan within Han Shuo's body abruptly circulated at high speed. Wherever the magical yuan circulated, the numbing feeling instantly disappeared without a trace. Han Shuo, who had originally been powerless, once again regained his strength. As the deepwater venom python reared back from Fanny's bone spears, Han Shua's body quickly closed in, the dagger in his hand stabbing twice like lightning, and then he swam towards the shore without a care for anything else. The deepwater venom python suddenly howled in agony, stirring up waves in the pool. When it raised its head again, Fanny and Lisa saw that the python's two dark green eyes were completely overflowing with thick blood. "Oh my God, Brian can still move, and he's even blinded the python, ahaha." Lisa stood on the shore and shouted loudly. Her previous panicked whimpers had magically turned into excited screams. However, it was precisely because of the deepwater venom python's frenzied rampage that its enormous tail had coincidentally lashed out at Han Shua, causing Han Shua's body, which had been running at high speed, to be struck fiercely. His body flew through the air and fell towards the shore. At the same time, Fanny continued to cast necromancy magic, greeting the weak points of the python's beautiful eyes on the python's neck. Having lost its eyes, the python had no way of dodging Fanny's attacks. The gaping maw on its neck and its eyes were repeatedly pierced by bone spears, setting off increasingly louder and louder waves in the pool. It looked like the python was becoming more and more powerless. The frenzied deepwater venom python didn't know that it should flee at this moment, but rather followed the sounds and tried to approach the shore, as if planning on devouring all of its attackers without a care in the world. It was a pity that as its injuries became more and more severe, the python's frenzy became more and more powerless and pale. In the end, the python collapsed powerlessly. Han Shua's body slowly floated up after falling into the water. His clothes had split open from his chest to his abdomen, and his right cheek was a fiery red. It seemed that he'd been injured by the python's tail. Lisa, who'd been yelling excitedly just now, and Fanny, who'd been reciting incantations, both exclaimed in surprise at the same time. They disregarded their naked bodies and abruptly swam towards the pool at the same time. The two moved quickly and hurriedly dragged Han Shua onto the shore. They saw that Han Shua's abdomen was swollen, water was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his cheeks were puffed up, as if he'd swallowed quite a bit of pool water. Fanny actually knew a few rescue measures. She immediately pressed her slender hands against Han Shua's chest and squeezed continuously, attempting to squeeze out the pool water that Han Shua had swallowed. Lisa did the same, and under the combined efforts of the two, large mouthfuls of pool water continuously gushed out of Han Shua's mouth. "Why hasn't Brian woken up yet?" After a while, Lisa revealed an anxious expression and looked worriedly at Han Shua. "Maybe he's swallowed too much water and his throat is already clogged. Why don't you try to help him breathe?" Fanny looked at Lisa and suggested after thinking for a moment. Lisa's face reddened and she looked at Fanny, saying, "Master Fanny, I don't really understand. Why don't you do it?" Fanny started and furrowed her brow in thought. She hardened her heart and gritted her teeth, saying, "Brian saved both our lives. Forget it, I'll help him try." Fanny lowered her body as soon as she finished speaking. Her tender cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, and her fragrant red lips moved towards Han Shua. In actuality, Han Shua had woken up a long time ago and had waited patiently for this moment. His heartbeat quickened, and he could still feel the smooth and clean skin of Fanny's arm in his chest. Han Shua was inwardly overjoyed. A wisp of faint fragrance accompanied by a slippery sensation was reflected in Han Shua's mind. Fanny's fragrant tongue reached in and pushed Han Shua's teeth apart. Their mouths and noses touched, and their lips pressed tightly together. Fanny began to help Han Shua breathe. A wonderful feeling of ecstasy instantly spread through Han Shua's entire nerves. Han Shua only felt that this time's adventure hadn't been in vain. He didn't want to wake up, and carefully savored this incomparably wonderful feeling. Fanny lifted her head and exhaled after taking a breath. She paused for a moment and was about to continue when her bright eyes inadvertently saw that a small tent had strangely risen from the base of Han Shua's legs. Fanny was stunned for a moment before she suddenly reacted and screamed at a high decibel level. Fanny's jade hands pressed down on Han Shua's neck and shook him violently, cursing in exasperation, "Damned Brian, I'm going to kill you." Chapter 42. Ah! Pa pa! Han Shuo spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva and his face flushed red. He hastily pried Fanny's hands off his neck and didn't know what had happened. He hastily said with a pained expression, "Master Fanny, what are you doing? I'm already like this, can't you be a little gentler?" Han Shuo's eyes suddenly widened as soon as he'd finished speaking and stared fixedly at Fanny and Lisa in front of him. The two were completely naked from the waist up and their fair, dainty beauty was completely revealed. Fanny's body was full of grace and beauty and Lisa's chest was beginning to bulge as she revealed her upper body to Han Shuo's eyes without reservation. The two wore undergarments that were as thin as cicadas' wings in the most crucial area of their lower bodies. The wet water soaked the thin and narrow undergarments. Although he couldn't see the entirety of their bodies, this kind of faintly discernible allure was even more fatal. It caused Han Shuo's brother, who had been about to droop down in shock, to once again stand up tenaciously. Brian, you've finally woken up. Master Fanny, why are you doing this to him?" Lisa was also at a loss as she walked over quickly and said anxiously. "Look at his lower body, if he really fainted from the suffocation, why is there a reaction down there?" Fanny's face was full of irritation as she spoke to Lisa with a red face. She then exerted force without further explanation and cursed lowly, pinching Han Shuo's body here and there. Han Shuo was immediately dumbfounded when he heard Fanny's words. His eyes continued to stare fixedly at the two's bodies as inspiration flashed through his mind. He didn't care if his logic was correct or not and immediately quibbled, "I was hit by the python's poisonous smoke just now and my entire body is stiff and powerless. My lower body is stiff as well, how can you blame me?" Fanny and Lisa looked at each other when these words were spoken and then suddenly realized that the other was still naked. They exclaimed in surprise and screeched loudly at the same time. "Shut up, don't quibble with me. I've never heard of anyone's lower body stiffening after being hit by the deepwater venom python's poisonous smoke. Oh, close your eyes as well. Don't peek. Lisa, let's put on our clothes before we deal with him." Fanny yelled angrily and ran away with Lisa, shrieking. Han Shuo immediately shut his mouth. When the two of them turned around, a pair of shifty eyes suddenly opened, greedily lingering on Fanny's plump and perky buttocks. After a while, Fanny and Lisa, who were dressed neatly, walked over from afar with flushed cheeks. Fanny came over and sized up Han Shuo with a gloomy face. She snorted coldly and said, "Why is it such a coincidence that you would suddenly appear here?" "I came over to gather wood and happened to hear your cries for help. That's why I threw caution to the wind and came to your rescue. Master Fanny, I'm injured, and I didn't mean to look at you. My entire body is stiff and I can't move. The python's tail whipped me from my chest to my right cheek and it hurts terribly. This was all to save you too." Han Shuo's face was bitter as he lay there facing the sky. His entire body was as stiff as a wooden puppet, and only his mouth and eyes seemed to be able to move. "Master Fanny, although Brian is indeed suspicious, he just saved our lives. Now that he's like this, why don't you let him go?" Lisa looked at Han Shuo from afar and rolled her eyes fiercely at Han Shuo when she saw that Han Shuo's lower body was still firmly erect. She spat lightly and turned her head to plead with Fanny. "Lisa, I was violated by him." Fanny glared at Han Shuo when she saw that Lisa was pleading for leniency and said a bit anxiously, "Only the three of us know about this. I won't say a word, and Brian definitely won't say a word. Just pretend it never happened. He also saw my body. Although I hate him, he just threw his life away for us. We can't just kill him." Lisa paused and thought for a moment before speaking to Fanny with a wry face. "I didn't see it, I didn't see anything just now. I promise, Master Fanny, please don't kill me to silence me." Han Shuo's face was full of panic as his eyes spun rapidly and he spat out a string of crazy words. "Shut up!" Fanny shouted angrily and then had a look of helplessness on her face. She thought left and right and stomped her foot fiercely, saying hatefully, "This won't end so quickly. I'll let you off today because you're injured, but I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. I haven't settled the score with you last time, but this time it's nothing. Fanny suddenly realized that she'd let the cat out of the bag again halfway through her words and hurriedly changed her words when she saw Lisa looking at her suspiciously again. Master Fanny, you wouldn't be. Lisa looked oddly at Fanny and opened her mouth to speak. No. Fanny immediately cut off Lisa's words fiercely and then explained softly with a sheepish smile, Brian kept making trouble during the last experiment. That's why I said I wanted to settle the score with him. Don't get the wrong idea, isn't that right, Brian? His eyes darting, Han Shua hastily agreed, yes, that's exactly what happened. Lisa, keep an eye on Brian. The python is already dead, I'll go extract the magical core from its body. It's a level 3 magical core this time. We'll be able to hold our heads high when we get back. Fanny didn't dare linger here for fear that she'd let the cat out of the bag again. She hurriedly ran away and swam towards the pool of water, but this time, Fanny didn't undress. After Fanny had left, Lisa, who had distanced herself from Han Shua, moved closer to Han Shua and sighed softly, saying lowly, Brian, I didn't think you'd be so stupid. I know that you risked your life to fight the python this time because of me. I only half believed what you said in the trap before, but after this incident, I truly believe you. Brian, I'm actually a bad girl, I'm not worth your sacrifice. Han Shua. Lisa looked at Han Shua's dazed expression, and because she'd hit right into Han Shua's heart, she shook her head and gritted her teeth, Brian, you should give up now. We really aren't suited for each other. Because the difference in status between us is too great, my family will never allow us to interact. I'm sorry, Brian. Han Shua. Brian, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you sad? Lisa still had a self-righteous look on her face, thinking that she'd played the role of a heartless person as she spoke frantically. Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Lisa speak conceited words to herself. He really didn't know how to respond, and finally froze for a while before shouting out in pain, don't say any more. Pausing for a moment, Han Shua saw that Lisa seemed to have been scared silly and hurriedly sighed, saying with a distressed expression, I understand in my heart. I only need to watch you silently from afar and won't bring you any trouble. If you like someone, then you shouldn't be a burden to them. You should consider everything for them wholeheartedly. Lisa, don't worry about it, really don't. I'll take good care of myself and silently bless you. Han Shua had heard these words from a few third-rate soap operas, and when Han Shua said them in succession, even Han Shua felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt that he really was a bit too sinister and shameless. I've never heard anyone say such nice words before, boo-hoo. I'm sorry, Brian. Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, Lisa actually started sobbing softly when she heard Han Shua's words. Her tears flowed endlessly, and it looked like she was incredibly touched. At this time, Fanny walked over from the pool in the distance, her body dripping wet. Fanny's expression changed when she heard Lisa's sobs and she glared fiercely at Han Shua, pouting coquettishly, Brian, haven't you bullied us enough? Boo-hoo. Master Fanny, it's not about Brian, it's just that I'm a bit scared when I think about what happened just now. It has nothing to do with him, really. Lisa hurriedly wiped away her tears when she saw Fanny blame Han Shua and forced a smile as she explained. She looked suspiciously at Lisa, and then looked at Han Shua, who was lying there stiffly, seemingly not moving at all. Fanny snorted lightly and said, I doubt he'll dare bully you again. Fanny had walked out of the pool, her clothes clinging tightly to her perfect body. Although nothing could be seen, her exquisite curves were still a feast for Han Shua's eyes. He clicked his tongue in admiration. Not only was Fanny beautiful, but her figure was of the first class to commit crimes. It's a bit odd, the python's neck to its head has already been charred. I wonder what's going on. It looks like the python's quick death isn't solely due to the effects of my magic, but the charred state of its brain is the key. However, my bone spear magic doesn't have the miraculous effect of burning a person's body from the inside out. Just what is going on, Brian? Fanny looked Han Shuo up and down and asked a bit oddly. Laughing dryly, Han Shuo hurriedly said, "Who knows? I only stabbed it a few times. I don't have the magic or fighting aura that can burn its body from the inside out. It's no use looking at me." "Is that really the case? Why do I feel that you're quite suspicious?" Fanny frowned and her bright eyes looked Han Shuo up and down, full of suspicion. Think what you want. I'd love to have such miraculous magic and fighting aura, but I don't have the strength." Han Shuo laughed heartily and said with a bit of self-deprecation. The magical arts that he practiced weren't something that should exist in this world. This was a secret that would never be revealed to anyone, and this was something that Han Shuo would never admit even if he was beaten to death. "Master Fanny, you must be thinking too much, or perhaps you've seen wrong. Your eyes really aren't that good sometimes. Brian just saved us, why would he lie to us? Besides, if he was that strong, he wouldn't have needed to continue working as an errand slave a long time ago." "Perhaps." Fanny smiled faintly and nodded, saying happily afterwards, "We've obtained the magical beast core. Let's go, we can return to the tent. This swim was quite a close one, but we've really struck it rich with a third-level magical beast core. Brian, can you move now? Why don't I call one of the male students to carry you back?" Lisa looked at Han Shuo and said worriedly. "According to what I know, the deepwater venom python's poison mist will only temporarily paralyze the enemy and then make it easier for it to eat them. It's been so long, Brian, you should be fine by now, right?" Fanny snorted angrily and rolled her eyes at Han Shuo, speaking with a cold face. Han Shuo cried out in surprise when he heard these words. "It really is like that. I can completely move now. Let's go, let's hurry back." Lisa started and then looked suspiciously at Han Shuo. She also said with a bit of anger, "Brian, you could move a long time ago." Without the slightest bit of awkwardness, Han Shuo explained seriously, No, I only knew that I could move after hearing Master Fanny say so. Let's go, let's go. If we delay any longer, they'll be sure to worry about us." Han Shuo abruptly stood up and didn't wait for Fanny and Lisa to ask any more questions after he'd spoken. He rushed quickly towards the tents where the students had set up camp. "Damn it, he's been faking it all along. I found it out as soon as I tried. Brian, stop right there, I won't let you go." Fanny was exasperated as she yelled and pulled Lisa along, chasing after Han Shuo. Chapter 43. When Han Shuo whistled all the way to the tents where the students were camped, he suddenly noticed that Jean hadn't gone to sleep, but was instead sitting outside the tent, bored to death. "Brian, have you seen Fanny and Lisa?" Jean immediately stood up and asked when he heard Han Shuo's footsteps. Nodding, Han Shuo said faintly, "I've seen them, Master Fanny and Lisa will be here soon." "Master Jean, why haven't you gone to sleep yet?" "Oh, it's because Clark suddenly left for some business and asked me to apologize on behalf of Fanny." This Clark, he didn't give any reason and just left. It's a bit baffling." Han Shuo's thoughts raced when he heard Jean's words. He immediately understood that it must be because Clark's rash actions in the pool just now had angered Fanny and Lisa. Clark knew that he wouldn't be able to explain himself, so he left so abruptly. "I see. Master Jean, I still need to gather a few things nearby. When Master Fanny and Lisa arrive, tell them I'll be back before dawn." Han Shuo didn't care if Jean agreed or not after he'd spoken and quickly headed south, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Although Han Shuo's body wasn't stiff and powerless, he had been whipped by the deepwater venom python's tail earlier and had indeed suffered some injuries. Han Shuo knew that when Fanny and Lisa returned, they would certainly come to pester him again. In this way, he wouldn't be able to use magical yuan to repair his body. Therefore, he might as well avoid them for now and wait until tomorrow, when the two's anger would have dissipated by at least half. At that time, there shouldn't be any problems. On a tall, towering tree in the south, Han Shuo sat cross-legged on a thick, lush, and leafy branch about 10 meters above the ground. He held his breath and concentrated, silently using magical yuan to refine his body over and over again. Time flowed by without him realizing it. Han Shua's body, which had originally been in slight pain, slowly became less painful under the circulation of the magical yuan. Every inch of his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones seemed to be filled with a surging strength. As Han Shua sank into a state of concentration, a faint trace of pain first radiated from his mind and then spread to his entire body. The violent pain suddenly exploded, forcing Han Shua to howl in pain with 10 times the intensity of the pain. Crackling sounds of explosions rang out from Han Shua's body, accompanied by Han Shua's agonized howls. As these sounds rang out, strands of weak, turbid air leaked out from Han Shua's pores. Han Shua's skin rippled as if a stone had been thrown into the water's surface. When the pores had finished draining the turbid air and harmful substances from his body, a hazy ball of black light began to faintly encircle his body. This state continued for an unknown length of time before Han Shua felt the pain all over his body suddenly disappear without a trace. He flew down from the 10-meter-tall tree with a thud, his body terrifyingly nimble and nimble. Success! He had finally broken through the first level of magical yuan, that solid realm. From now on, Han Shua's body could be said to have been reborn. Whether it was strength, flexibility, or toughness, they had all far surpassed that of an ordinary person. After passing the most basic, solid realm, Han Shua's future training was bound to yield twice the results with half the effort. With a single thought, the magical yuan flowed unimpeded, not only to his limbs, chest, and abdomen, but even to his head. Han Shua looked at his exposed skin and saw that the scars that had been left on his body had now disappeared. His flesh was smooth and strong. Moving his body, Han Shua could clearly feel that his height had increased by another centimeter or two. Lifting his head to look at the sky, Han Shua discovered that it was still late at night. At this moment, Han Shua was intoxicated by the joy of being reborn. He continuously circulated the magical yuan to his limbs and bones, excitedly feeling every change in his body. Suddenly, a thought struck Han Shua as he remembered the pouch and jade box that he always carried with him. Last time, he had used the strange object in the jade box to meditate on his mental strength. In the end, his mental strength had almost been completely sucked away. Afterwards, because the magical yuan had flowed into his brain, he had averted the danger and reaped a great harvest. Now that he had broken through to the solid realm, Han Shua could already autonomously mobilize the magical yuan and circulate it to any part of his body, including the brain, which was the most difficult to reach. Thinking back to the enormous benefits he had previously reaped, Han Shua could no longer suppress the desire in his heart. He immediately sat down cross-legged and took out the pouch that he had kept close to his body. When he opened the box, the eyeball-like orb was still as strange and unfathomable as ever. As Han Shua's mental strength began to slowly condense into the orb, the same thing that had happened last time repeated itself. The orb instantly emitted a misty green brilliance, with a drop of blood red within, giving off an oppressive and uncomfortable feeling. Han Shua's mental strength rapidly flowed into the orb in the jade box, as if a whale was sucking in water. As the mental strength in his brain continuously flowed out, the pain in Han Shua's brain became more and more intense. Finally, just as Han Shua felt that his brain was about to explode, his thoughts moved and the magical yuan that had sunk into his lower abdomen suddenly flew to his brain. A rumble sounded in Han Shua's brain, and as the pain intensified, Han Shua instantly let out a wretched howl. At the same time, the surging mental strength rolled back like an avalanche, flooding Han Shua's brain in an instant. Han Shua abruptly collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His entire mind was a bit muddled. This state persisted for a while before Han Shua slowly returned to normal. He felt that his mental strength had indeed greatly increased. In his joy, Han Shua couldn't help but stare at the orb. Suddenly, Han Shua saw threads of green light appear within the orb. These lights continuously intertwined with each other, as if a brush was sketching a picture. After a while, a pattern was revealed from within, a strange, grayish-brown castle. After the green line appeared for a moment, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, a bright red dot that resembled a drop of blood continuously flashed and formed the shape of a red arrow. After stopping for a moment, it actually pointed straight to the south. What did this mean? What did the direction of the red arrow mean? Han Shuo fell into a daze for a moment as he stared blankly at the red dot in the middle of the ball. His mind raced, and he finally confirmed one thing: the red arrow in the ball was pointing in a direction, and seemed to be leading to a destination. After hesitating for a moment and looking at the color of the sky, Han Shuo's curiosity was completely piqued. In the end, he grabbed the jade box and quickly headed south in the direction indicated by the jade box. During this process, Han Shuo could clearly feel that the further south he went, the more sounds of large magical beasts moving could be heard. The path was filled with danger and thorns. Han Shuo was a bit nervous, his eyes staring at the orb in his hand from time to time. He discovered that the arrow in the orb was constantly changing directions, as if pointing out the correct path for Han Shuo. After a long while, the red arrowhead in the ball in Han Shuo's hand disappeared, and the drop of dark red that was like fresh blood flashed once again. The green light of the ball grew stronger and stronger, and strong magical pulses emanated from within. Han Shuo looked around after he stopped, and discovered that this was an ordinary area with tall, overgrown shrubs and weeds. There were a few enormous, unknown tree branches tangled together in the distance, drawing out grotesque shapes on the ground under the illumination of the moonlight, like the shadows of enormous monsters in the darkness. When Han Shuo focused his attention, he suddenly noticed a trace of peculiarity. In other parts of the dark forest, no matter how quiet it was, there would always be the sounds of insects. However, after arriving here, Han Shuo discovered that this area was almost deathly silent. There weren't any strange sounds from insects, and he couldn't feel a trace of life in the surroundings. Strange, under the ordinary appearance, the entire area made Han Shuo feel traces of an inexplicable aura. This aura made Han Shuo feel vaguely familiar and intimate, as if it was something he had long since gotten used to. But after thinking about it carefully, Han Shuo realized that he had no idea what was going on. Just as Han Shuo was at a loss and thinking hard, the orb in the jade box in his hand suddenly flew out of thin air. Lines of magic were outlined on the surface of the orb with green light. Han Shuo could feel a strong magical pulse instantly emanating from the void. As the orb shone with the green light, the magical pulse became more and more intense. After paying attention, Han Shuo suddenly noticed that the surrounding area where the green light shone was undergoing changes that made Han Shuo's jaw drop. Where the green light shone on the ground, the weeds and shrubs on the ground instantly disappeared without a trace, turning into a grayish-brown dry ground with piles of white bones on the ground. Some of the towering trees with lush branches and leaves on the side also underwent strange changes under the illumination of the green light, turning into the skeletons of some large undead creatures. If Han Shuo remembered correctly, those huge skeletons should be the most terrifying of the dark creatures, the bone dragons. Death. A desolate and empty expanse. Under the illumination of the green light, the entire area seemed to have instantly turned into an eternal and unchanging kingdom of the dead. There was a huge grayish-brown castle in the middle. Half of it was suspended in midair, while the other half was buried deep underground. Some strange, sharp thorns circled around the castle, and patterns of dark creatures were carved on all sides of the castle walls. Han Shuo looked at it in shock for a long time, and finally murmured in horror, This can't be the legendary Cemetery of Death, can it?" Chapter 44. The Cemetery of Death was the legendary holy land of necromancers, and also the extravagant hope of everyone on this trip to the dark forest. Han Shuo surveyed his surroundings and connected the dots to Fanny's description from before. He was already certain that this place was the Cemetery of Death that had been transported. No wonder Han Shuo had felt a vague sense of familiarity when he was here just now. This was all because Han Shuo had also trained in necromancy magic. There were strong magical pulses of the air of death in this area, as well as the scent of bones that had been transformed. These were all things that Han Shuo was extremely familiar with. Han Shuo furrowed his brow as he stared closely at the entire area. He thought to himself that those who had seen the Cemetery of Death in the legends would all die in the end. Now that he was standing here, should he go in or not? The Cemetery of Death had been a place where powerful necromancers had researched necromancy magic during their golden age. Afterwards, these mages had all died, and the Cemetery of Death had also disappeared without a trace. However, since this Cemetery of Death had once been a place where necromancers had researched, there must be some secrets of necromancy magic here. This was an enormous temptation for a rookie like Han Shoa who had just entered the halls of magic. Han Shoa had no choice but to seriously consider whether or not he needed to take the risk. After a while, Han Shoa's expression was resolute as he started to walk over the eerie white bones towards the Cemetery of Death. After Han Shoa had walked a few steps and entered the depths of the area, the dark green ball that had been suspended high in the air suddenly fell back into the jade box. The green light in the entire area instantly disappeared without a trace. Han Shoa started and looked around in shock. He discovered that the scene in the surrounding area that Han Shoa's eyes were looking at had once again changed, returning to the scene that he had seen when he had first arrived. However, the surrounding area of the Cemetery of Death, all the way to the soles of Han Shoa's feet, was still a gloomy scene of death. Looking at the round ball in his hand, Han Shoa understood that this ball was definitely a crucial item in the Cemetery of Death. It seemed to have the ability to open the Cemetery of Death. The entire Cemetery of Death seemed to be shrouded in a concealment barrier. If one looked at this area from the outside, they wouldn't be able to detect anything strange or peculiar. It wouldn't be able to attract anyone's attention. However, with this sphere, the true side of the Cemetery of Death could be revealed, and the entire Cemetery of Death would be shrouded in the desolate silence of reality. The eerie white bones beneath his feet creaked as he walked. The sudden appearance of this kind of sound in the deathly stillness of the surroundings made Han Shoa's hair stand on end. It was a good thing that Han Shoa's magical arts had just broken through to the solid realm. Only then did he have the courage to walk towards the Cemetery of Death without any hesitation. After a while, Han Shoa finally stood in front of the Cemetery of Death. He saw that there was a ring-shaped ravine in front of the door, with ink-black water flowing in it. A small bridge made of black threads and white bones stood alone on top of the ravine. Without hesitation, Han Shoa clutched the jade box with the round ball in his hand and treaded on the bone bridge, slowly walking towards the entrance of the Cemetery of Death. The bone bridge was swaying, causing Han Shoa's body to become a bit unsteady. He didn't know what was in the ravine below, but Han Shoa felt his hair stand on end when he saw it. He kept feeling that the ink-black water in the ravine was very dangerous. When Han Shoa walked onto the bone bridge, the round ball in the jade box started to emit a strange green light again. This seemed to be some kind of miraculous medicine that could calm the swaying. After the green light emitted from the round ball, the originally swaying bone bridge strangely stopped swaying. The connection between the black threads and the bones seemed to instantly become incomparably sturdy. Finally, Han Shoa arrived at the entrance. In front of the two large grayish-brown doors made of an unknown material, there were two tall evil knights and the skeletal remains of a warhorse on each side. Evil knights were extremely powerful existences among dark creatures. Without an archmage-level necromancer, one shouldn't even think of summoning evil knights. From the skeletal remains of the two evil knights in front of the door and the shape of the warhorses, Han Shoa could already faintly tell that these two evil knights were the cream of the crop. The two grayish-brown doors had some complicated magical patterns on them. There was a circular groove at the intersection of the two doors. Judging from the shape of the groove, it seemed to be the key to open the door. At this moment, the dark green round ball in Han Shoa's hand suddenly shot out a beam of green light that went straight to the circular groove in the middle of the two doors. Han Shoa's heart moved and he immediately understood what was going on. He took the jade box without hesitation and placed the round ball against the groove, slowly embedding it. During this process, Han Shoa didn't touch the round ball with his hands. This was because Han Shoa knew that this round ball wasn't something simple. Even Han Shoa didn't know if there would be any negative changes if his skin or flesh came into contact with it. Therefore, he avoided touching it as much as possible. After the round ball had embedded itself into the groove, a rumbling sound rang out and the door suddenly split open with a creak. The groove automatically split apart as the door opened. The round ball that had originally been inserted remained in the jade box without any changes. It was a patch of dusky darkness. Dust flew out from the inside as the door opened, causing Han Shuo to cough a few times before he calmed his mind and began to size up everything within. There was a large hall within the Cemetery of Death, and there were 6 rooms with closed doors around it. The entire hall was incomparably vast, with an oddly high ceiling that was the size of a basketball court. There was an enormous hexagram magic matrix in the middle that was about 80 to 90% similar to the one that Han Shuo had ridden in Zajowski City and the Academy of Magic and Force. There were a few simple and unadorned magical patterns drawn in the center of the hexagram magic matrix. Apart from the hexagram magic matrix, the surroundings of the hall were empty. There were only a few magic stone pillars that supported the enormous building, as well as some broken bones in the corners. There was a thick smell of decay in the air. Han Shuo stood in the doorway for a while and only slowly walked in after he felt the smell of decay slowly spread out with the opening of the door. Apart from the hexagram magic matrix, there was a tall ceiling and the 6 rooms with closed doors corresponding to the 6 corners of the hexagram. He walked in and searched the hall, but didn't find anything of value. Han Shuo immediately focused his attention on the 6 rooms with half-closed doors. 1, 2, 3, after searching all 6 rooms, Han Shuo still didn't find anything. From the shape of the 6 rooms, he could tell that they were only 6 warehouses, but there was nothing in the warehouses. Han Shuo's mind started to recall after he returned to the hall. From Fanny's words from last time to his observations of the outside, Han Shuo gradually recalled that only a small part of the Cemetery of Death was exposed to the surface. The majority of it was buried deep underground. The true secret must be hidden beneath the Cemetery of Death. However, after Han Shuo searched the entire hall and the 6 rooms, he didn't find any passageways or stairs that led underground. This greatly puzzled Han Shuo, and he sank into deep thought for a moment. After thinking for a long time, Han Shuo still felt that the ball in his hand was the key. He immediately stood up and circled the entire hall, including the 6 rooms. Finally, in the corner of one of the rooms, Han Shuo found another notch. After Han Shuo was overjoyed, he put the ball in. There was a rumbling sound, and the wall of the room suddenly tore open to reveal a dark passageway. On the first step of the passageway, there were 6 shiny silver rods made of a strange material that was neither stone nor wood. The 2 corners of each rod seemed to have joints, as if the 6 rods could be pieced together. Apart from the 6 rods, there was only a thin piece of paper with some scribbled words written in ancient magical characters. Han Shuo held the thin piece of paper. After reading the magical characters carefully, Han Shuo understood that the 6 magical rods could be pieced together to form a hexagram, and could be used to teleport directly to the magical formation in the hall. He also understood that there was a boundary at the entrance of the passageway, and that one wouldn't be able to enter without sufficient mental strength. Apart from this, Han Shuo didn't obtain any other useful information from the thin piece of paper. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo put away the 6 magical rods, and started to walk down the passageway with a frown. A layer of invisible boundary suddenly appeared, and a green ripple flashed, abruptly sending Han Shuo flying. Han Shuo felt an abnormal headache during this process, and thought to himself that the words on the thin piece of paper were true. It must be because his mental strength was too weak that he couldn't enter the passageway to reach the underground building. Cursing under his breath, Han Shuo connected the 6 magical rods according to the records on the thin piece of paper, and then formed a hexagram on the ground. Afterwards, Han Shuo stood in the middle of the miniature magical formation, and infused his mental strength to activate it. Soon after, a white light flashed, and Han Shuo appeared in the middle of the spacious magical formation in the hall. Using the same method, Han Shuo infused his mental strength into the teleportation formation in the hall, and after activating it, he returned to the previous room, where he set up the miniature hexagram magical formation. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Han Shuo understood that he wouldn't be able to enter the passageway to investigate the situation within the Cemetery of Death for the time being. It was a good thing that he had obtained the 6 magical rods and the round ball, which allowed Han Shuo to enter this place from anywhere with great ease. This made Han Shuo extremely happy, and he was already treating this place as his secret base. Since he was temporarily unable to uncover the secrets of this place, Han Shuo didn't plan on staying any longer. After thinking for a while, he rolled up the 6 magical rods and carried them on his back. He also put the thin piece of paper into his pocket, and walked out of the cemetery of death with the jade box in his hand. When Han Shuo walked out safely and looked back, he discovered that the scene was exactly the same as when he'd first arrived. The towering weeds and shrubs, the lush trees that reached the sky, were still the same, and the surroundings were still deathly silent. With a satisfied smile on his face, Han Shuo understood that this trip to the dark forest could be considered to have come to an end for now. He had also discovered the legendary Cemetery of Death by sheer luck. The secrets of the Cemetery of Death would belong to him, and no one else, including the necromancy students and teachers. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.